The December 15th, 2020 virtual emergency legislative session of the Anne Arundel County Council is now in session. This meeting has been called for the purpose of introducing emergency legislation needed as a result of the COVID-19 health emergency. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Ms. Fiedler?
Present.
Ms. Rodvian?
Present.
Ms. Hare?
Present.
Ms. Pickard?
Present.
Mr. Volkey? Mr. Pruski?
Here.
Ms. Lacey?
Present.
One last try. Mr. Volkey? Madam Auditor, Ms. Smith?
Present.
Madam Legislative Counsel, Ms. Schuett?
Present.
Madam Chair, we have 6 council members present.
Excellent. Please pause for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Pruski will lead the invocation and Ms. Fiedler may lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. I would ask everybody to bow their heads. Today, as we reflect upon the challenges that we've had towards 2020, as we open this work session, we hope that anything that we do will work in the favor of the people of Anne Arundel County. We appreciate everyone that has sacrificed, and we hope that as we move forward, we make the best decisions for citizens. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the Open Meetings Act statement.
The county attorney has asked that I read the following statement. The Maryland Open Meetings Act, a state law, requires public meetings to be open to the public and to be held in places reasonably accessible to individuals who would like to attend these meetings. In addition, provisions of the county charter and the rules of the county council require meetings to be open to the public and held at the county seat, meaning Annapolis. The virtual format of this meeting of the county council is due to the COVID-19 emergency and is necessary in light of the serious health risks associated with public gatherings, as well as the various executive orders from the governor and a county executive limiting public gatherings. While a virtual meeting of this type was not envisioned by the Open Meetings Act, steps have been taken to ensure that this virtual meeting includes alternate accessibility features that the Open Meetings Act Compliance Board and the courts have reviewed and approved, such as having a call-in phone number that allows anyone with a telephone to call and listen to the meeting, broadcasting the meeting with video and audio on cable TV and on the web, allowing written public comments to the legislation be filed with the clerk and considered by the council, and now allowing the public to call in or appear via Zoom and testify live. The county Office of Law has opined that the public access provided by this technology makes this virtual meeting reasonably accessible to the public as required by the OMA. The Office of Law has also reviewed whether, with these technological features in place, it is still necessary to suspend Rules 3105 and 3106 that require public participation and reasonable seating for the public and media. The conclusion is that it is not necessary to suspend these rules for the same reason they have concluded that the measures implemented by the Council for virtual meetings satisfy the reasonable accessibility requirement under the OMA. The virtual format of the meetings allows public participation and media access as required by the rules, and also allows unlimited participation that is not subject to seat capacity limits in the chambers or in the building. For these reasons, they have concluded that the requirements of Rules 3105 and 3106 are being satisfied, and therefore it is not necessary to waive these rules. Council has also asked whether it is necessary to suspend Rules 3102 and 3103, which require the meeting to be held at the county seat. In 2013, at the request of the Council, the Office of Law opined that a council member who is appearing at a meeting via a live video monitor would satisfy the venue requirement through virtual presence. It is noted that the administrative officer to the Council controls the hearing and is present in the Arundel Center during meetings, and the virtual meeting is hosted by the Assistant Administrative Officer from a location in Annapolis. Those factors support the Office of Law's conclusion that the meetings are being held at the county seat, and therefore it is not necessary to suspend Rules 3102 and 3103.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please note that Councilman Volkey has joined us, and kindly read the ethics statement.
The Ethics Commission has asked that I advise you that under certain circumstances, members of the public may qualify as lobbyists when they testify before the County Council. If so, the law requires that certain information be filed with the Ethics Commission. The chairman of the Ethics Commission has asked that those who wish to testify in any form review the general information on lobbying sheet located on the Ethics website under Forms and Publications. If there are any questions about lobbying requirements, please contact the Ethics Commission at 410-222-4413.
Madam Secretary, thank you for all of that. And now may I have a motion that the partial reading of any bill, resolution, amendment to a bill or resolution or minutes constitutes the reading of the whole?
So moved, Councilman Persky.
Is there a second?
Councilwoman Rodvian, second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Madam Secretary, please read the titles of the bills to be introduced this morning.
Bill number 10720, an emergency ordinance concerning current expense budget, fund transfer, and supplementary appropriations. Bill number 10820, an emergency ordinance concerning third-party food delivery service fees.
Is there any other business to be brought before the County Council at this time? Hearing none, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Pickard, D2.
Second?
Hare, second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? None. The motion carries. The emergency legislative session of the County Council is adjourned. And now we will call to order our December 15th, 2020 virtual work session of the Arundel County Council. Madam Secretary, please call the roll once again.
Ms. Fiedler? Ms. Fiedler?
Sorry, present.
Ms. Rodvian?
Present.
Ms. Excuse me, Ms. Hare?
Present.
Ms. Pickard?
Present.
Mr. Volkey?
Present.
Mr. Pruski?
Still here.
Ms. Lacey?
Present.
Madam Auditor, Ms. Smith?
Present.
And Madam Legislative Counsel, Ms. Schuett.
Present.
Madam Chair, all council are present.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. This morning we have 3 presentations, and then we will get into discussions on the bills before the council. The first presentation this morning is on Fort George G. Meade updates. And I believe we have Colonel Christopher Nyland, Garrison Commander, Lieutenant Colonel Alan Floyd, Director of Transportation, and Chad T. Jones, Public Affairs Officer. Gentlemen, welcome, and please take it away.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. I'm Colonel Chris Nyland, the new commander of U.S. Army Garrison, Fort George G. Meade. Most of you probably know my predecessor, Colonel Eric Sprague. I've been on board since August of this year, and it's been an absolute experience, I'll tell you. As many of you know, the base went through a number of significant challenges over the past 2 years during Colonel Sprague's tenure. I'll tell you, I couldn't have asked to follow a better officer with the amount that he and the team accomplished in not only overcoming the housing crisis, but also dealing with the early stages of the coronavirus epidemic. So coming in this summer, I obviously came in during a low period in the coronavirus pandemic, and so we immediately began focusing on the future and thinking about how we would move forward with the mission of the base under the COVID conditions. And as part of that, I spent time with the senior commander, identified his priorities for the next year. And if you have my slides in front of you, the one slide with the yellow block and the 4 items in the center, that was really what the senior commander and I determined were the priorities for the post over the coming year. And so you see, leading right into that is, oh, there they are. Right up front, the garrison's mission is really mission assurance, making sure that our resident organizations can accomplish their critical mission, national security objectives, and that starts with protecting the force, and that goes between everything from your normal security operations to health protection, in which, honestly, for the last several months, that's what I've been spending the majority of my time working on, which is the continued measures that we're putting in place to deal with the COVID pandemic. In that effort, I've been working very closely with County Executive Pittman. He's been a wonderful partner in that effort. And we've made sure that, one, not only are we in lockstep with the county with those measures that we're taking on post, but potentially even slightly ahead in some areas, as we don't have some of the same considerations that he does with regard to having to keep the economy open. So we're able to be a little bit more aggressive in some areas. In that area, I'm very happy to report that while there has been some community spread on posts, the vast majority, we are not seeing it endemic to our operations. We're seeing very little community spread on post. The vast majority of the COVID cases that we're dealing with here on post, we're able to contact trace back to either someone's home or extracurricular activities, whether it's travel or dining out. So I will say that over the spring and the summer, we learned a lot about mitigation. We've put those mitigation measures into place, and we've, through a lot of both individual discipline, but also leader supervision, we've been able to make those mitigation measures very effective here on post. So we're pretty happy with where we sit. Now, that being said, we understand the conditions in the surrounding counties are not great and are continuing to rise. We track that the graphic over on the right-hand side of that slide just gives you a small snapshot of all the data that we track on a regular basis. There's actually quite a bit more than just what you see there, but we look at that regularly, and as partners in the community, we want to make sure that we're doing our part. So one of the things that we're in communication with my leadership about is potentially moving the health protection condition from Bravo, where we sit now, back to Charlie. So moving back to a health protection condition that is more similar to where we were in the spring than where we were in the summer. And that would bring with it a number of additional restrictions and closures over and above what we're already doing to be in lockstep with the county. Ultimately, that decision will be my boss's decision. So if you're not familiar, Fort Meade is part of the Military District of Washington, and so General Jones, wearing his Joint Task Force hat, is actually in command of all garrison services in the Military District of Washington, and ultimately he's going to make a decision based on the conditions, not only here at Meade, but also in Virginia and DC, Northern Virginia and DC. So that's really our number one priority. The second priority is really our mission and our role in supporting General Jones and the execution of his duties. So he's got a Defense of the Homeland mission there in DC, and as I'm sure many of you were tracking closely, they were called upon to take some actions this summer. They're also prepared to respond if requested to support state and federal authorities in in January as the presidential transition goes. Now that we have an official president-elect, his team has begun to plan the inauguration, and some of our elements here at Fort Meade will be supporting him in the inauguration. So that's really what that number 2 priority is about. Number 3 priority is familiar to anyone who knows Fort Meade. This is about making sure that our service members and their families have housing of a quality commensurate with their service, and that we have the right support structures here on post in order to help them. That being said, I'm very happy to report that we are about 75% complete with all the mold remediation here on post that was identified back in February and March of 19. Our partner in housing, Corvius, has aggressively gotten after it, and we've been facilitating their efforts. And I'll be honest, overall, I would say we're in a much better place now than we were last year with regard to housing. My most recent housing town hall sounded more like a homeowners association meeting than what my predecessor dealt with. People were complaining about their neighbors not bringing in trash or the length of the grass, not about mold in their homes or the lack of attention to their work. And that's a large part due to the work of Colonel Sprague, the garrison team, but also the actions taken by Corvius, which we've been really pleased with their performance since the beginning of the crisis back in February of 19. And then finally, ready for the future. And that, obviously that's a very broad statement that can accompany many things, but really the key takeaway from that, if I can direct your attention to the upper left-hand of that slide, is the next 10 years of Fort Meade is going to be, can be described by a single word, and that's growth. As I said, when I first came in, we started looking immediately towards the future. And one of the things we identified was that our census was a little bit dated. So many of you have heard the term or heard the number 56,000 bounced around quite a bit for the size of the workforce here on Fort Meade. Over the past 6 months, we've been updating our census, and last week we got an updated number, which is 62,680. And we anticipate in the next 3 or 4 months, that number will actually grow by another 4,000 people that we believe were miscounted. So we think the actual number is closer to just shy of 67,000. And that's where we're at right now today. And then we anticipate over the next 8 years, that number increasing by another 3,600 people moving onto Fort Meade from other places, which will put our, by FY28, which will put our population numbers above, or our workforce numbers above 70,000, which may actually put us in competition to be the largest Army installation by population. A very important point to that is also that we count everyone who's assigned to Fort Meade in those numbers. Now, many of those people will work out in commercial office parks in either in Howard County or here in Arundel County. But what we're finding is over the next 10 years, NSA has a very aggressive construction plan as they expand the East Campus. And part of the point of expanding the East Campus is to bring many of those people that work in office parks off post back onto post. And we're anticipating over the next 10 years that there'll be a move of 10,000 employees out of those commercial office parks into the post. And as you can imagine, that will have additional impacts to the transportation infrastructure immediately surrounding post. In preparation for that, what we're doing on post, one, we've appreciated all the hard work and effort by everyone in updating the Rockenbach access control point. We anticipate that should be ready to open in February. We had a slight delay due to a generator that wasn't produced on time, but we're prepared to open that in February. And when we open that ACP in February, we'll turn around and close the Reese Road access control point so that we can modernize that to the same standard that the MAPES and 175 access control point is. So it'll have a large S-turn with approach time. So the real takeaway from that is there will be a period of time next year from February, probably late into the summer fall timeframe, where Reese ACP will be closed, and anyone approaching the post from along the Reese Road will need to either turn left or right and access the base by Rockenbach or Mapes Road. So transportation-wise, and then the last piece is transportation-wise is we still hope to expand Cooper Avenue here on Post, which is one of the main thoroughfares that especially services our DISA population, or the Defense Information Services Agency. That project was funded. However, that money was diverted for other Army DoD priorities. We believe that the circumstances for that diversion may change, and we're waiting to find out whether we'll be seeing that money coming back to Fort Meade or whether it'll be put against other priorities. The other piece, as I look to the future, the other piece that we're a little bit concerned about is childcare. And if you've been following DoD or the Army and their priorities at all, you understand already that childcare is one of the Army's top priorities. I'm happy to report that we've been able to keep childcare going through the vast majority of the pandemic with very little disruption, and we're currently meeting the immediate needs of a large portion of our population. However, while you may see a change in work habits following the pandemic for many businesses across the nation, you're unlikely to see significant changes to our work patterns here on Fort Meade due to the necessary classification of many of the workforce, of much of the workforce's work. So they will still need to physically come to Fort Meade, and therefore they'll need childcare. As we look to the future, we don't believe that we can only, at best, we'll only be able to meet 50% of our workforce's childcare needs. I bring this up because I've got quite a bit of concern about the childcare industry in the surrounding communities here from Fort Meade. As you know, childcare is a very low margin business, and many of the smaller personally owned childcare facilities were forced to shut their doors once the pandemic restrictions were put into place to how many children they could care for at one time. I've been communicating this message to community leaders, to just about every community leader I can talk to, and our hope is that the state is able to focus some recovery effort towards the childcare industry in the surrounding area, because we heavily rely on that childcare industry, even the off-post childcare industry here at Fort Meade. And then it also has follow-on impacts to spouse employment, which is another one of DoD and the Army's priorities, quality of life initiatives for our service members and their families. Down there in the bottom right, you'll see just a number of other areas where we're looking to partner with the external community to continue to contribute to our little part of Maryland that we call home, and to be great neighbors. So with that, I'll pause for any questions or comments.
Thank you very much, Colonel Nyland. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to adjust my view to make sure I can see all my colleagues in case they have their flags up. Okay, I see Mr. Pruski, you are recognized, sir.
And Madam Chair, excuse me, a reminder to all council you can also please verbally ask for recognition to help the chairman.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. Andrew Pruski, Councilman District 4. Colonel Island, this is official welcome on behalf of Anne Arundel County. I do represent that district. My brother and sister were born in Kimborough. Certainly different since then, and of course the wooden barracks that my dad lived in are no longer there. But I'm glad that you presented today because we represent 7 different distinct districts on the county council. But what people don't realize is the impact. My colleague, Mr. Volke, if you don't understand this, that 20% of the workforce that works at NSA is actually from Pasadena. Ms. Fiedler, many of your workforce, government employees live in Severna Park. I could go around certainly to each district. And of course, Ms. Lacey, who's right next door, certainly understands Hanover and how the mall has grown. But I think it's very important for people to understand, because we're talking about development, that you mentioned the numbers that are coming. And we always have these conversations when we're talking about forest conservation laws, development, density. And it's very important to understand what you just said about the growth. And one thing that the county needs to realize is that we don't control the federal government, right? You have your own installation, you do what we can, we're certainly partners. But why I mention that is because you mentioned some key things. Childcare should be something that Anne Arundel County that we can partner with you on, especially in schools, because what happens after childcare? You go to elementary school, middle school, and high school. So we really need to consider that. The second piece, when you talk about transportation, and I say this not as a negative piece, but unfortunately Fort Meade, largest employer in the state of Maryland, worst transportation. Not against you, but we need to do more. And that should be the messaging to the state, our governor, and everyone. It's not pointing out that certainly that, we're not getting there, but we have to do better. But last but not least, I want to share this with my colleagues because I think the Colonel would agree with me on this, is that when we have this growth, they're either going to drive there or they're going to live on base, right? They're going to be around this area. So we have to understand that when we're making development decisions, that we have to welcome these folks that are coming, right? They're going to be moving here and having those support services. So I'm glad that you presented today. You were certainly welcome. I will be meeting with you shortly. I wanted to let you get settled, obviously, as Colonel Sprague moved on, but you're certainly welcome here in Anne Arundel County. I thank you for this presentation. I think it's very apropos because we're about to pass a general development plan. And so people really realize that their districts in Anne Arundel County are going to be impacted. But as you are well aware, we're certainly want to work with you and partner. And thank you again. And welcome to your family as well. I know that we hope that they we're hospitable here in Anne Arundel County. And maybe when you retire, you'll live here, because many folks do. So certainly, again, thank you for being with us.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Colonel Nyland. I represent Glen Burnie, Millersville, and Severn. I also had a child attend the magnet school on Fort Meade at MacArthur Middle, so I'm very familiar with Rockenbach Gate and making my way and the traffic issues. My colleague, Councilman Pruski, mentioned a lot of things that I wanted to discuss today, so I don't need to harp on them, but since you've only been here since August, I'm just curious if you've had a opportunity to assess our ability to productively collaborate, both at the county level, state, and how would you suggest, do we need to improve that collaboration? Are there things we should be tackling together in a systematic way? I'm very concerned with transportation and road infrastructure. I mean, we love the base and we love NSA, but you don't pay any property taxes. So how can we be, you don't have to answer this publicly, but I am interested in making sure that we are collaborating in a productive way and moving forward as we advocate to the state and the federal government to make sure that not just what you have on base and supporting, well, in our education system, we need to support those families and those students. Often we think about our service members, but I know my child was very struck during her 3 years at MacArthur about the silent or quiet sacrifice that the families make. But beyond that, beyond your borders, how do we advocate productively together? Because there's a lot of transportation, road, There's a lot of needs, and you're just going to keep compounding them with your numbers. I just want to make sure we move forward together. So if you have thoughts about it that you'd like to share publicly, or we can talk offline later, but I think this council, this administration, and the state, and then working up with our federal delegation, we have to be a cohesive message to get things done. I mean, we are super excited about the millions and millions of dollars coming in to improve Meade High School. That's extremely exciting, and it certainly takes a burden off the county to see that school improved. I've spent a lot of time in that auditorium and that gym, and it could use some love. So there's some exciting things happening, but at the same time, your numbers are going to keep compounding the other issues. So I really thank you for your presentation, and it's important to, we're happy you were here today.
If you don't mind, ma'am, I just real quick, one of the things I've been struck by in the 4 months that I've spent here has just been the openness and the welcome that I've received from representatives everywhere, from the county executive, the council here, our delegate, the senator, the state senator, the federal legislative team. The Maryland Military Installation Council. I've had a ton of meetings already with interested parties from the state at all levels of leadership. I will tell you, I have tried to keep a consistent message throughout my time. It's been about growth. It's been about the immediate child care issue. But I can absolutely see where you're coming from with regard to the need for a cohesive message and strategy, and that's something that I'll take with my team, and we'll think about it a little bit, and then maybe we can follow up with you.
Thank you,
Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just reiterate the welcome of my colleagues. I've spent a little time on Fort Meade myself as a former employee at MacArthur Middle School, and my husband's former Army and works in your neck of the woods now. So I was curious, when you talked about the expansion on the east side of Fort Meade, does that mean on the opposite side of 175, or is that within the sort of constraints of 175?
Maybe that's on the east side of the NSA campus. So they refer to it as East Campus. So okay. It's where one of the two golf courses used to be.
Okay, thank you. And then if you don't mind, Madam Chair, if I could just ask one more question, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So obviously, transportation is on a lot of our minds with respect to the growth at Fort Meade. And I'm just curious, I realize that there are, certainly very important issues for people coming and going through the various security gates. But what do you see as the possibility for transit type options? Obviously, we have various traffic log jams. Actually, I feel like, the Fort Meade area is really probably, I don't know if I would say the largest, but I would say it's, the largest employment hub in the county. And so, we have people coming towards Fort Meade from every angle in the county. And, if we can replace, the single passenger automobiles with transit options, I think we could do a lot for, reducing traffic, and as well as the environment. And I know that actually is a priority of, of our military and our installation. So I'm curious what you see as a possibility for transit options, and how does that work in terms of security? Obviously you have to have some consideration for who's getting on a bus or whatever type of transit we might be bringing onto Fort Meade.
Absolutely, ma'am. I'm no stranger to serving in installations that have major transit issues. I actually just recently came from a 2-year stint at the Pentagon, so I was a proud Metro rider for my time at the Pentagon. The reason why I really bring that up, though, is because while we are more than capable and actually would be excited to facilitate transit options coming onto post for security and for all those reasons, we can handle that. The biggest thing that we found up to this point is it's right now the demand signal isn't there. And what I mean by that is, really that comes down to personal choice. And honestly, the reason why you have so many people taking mass transit into the Pentagon is because the traffic was so bad getting there. Unfortunately, I don't think we've hit that threshold with our population yet where we've got people looking for those options. And I'll even back up a little bit. I know my team was talking to me about a project or what it would take for a bus to come from like the Glen Burnie area. I think this is what we discussed. Yeah, and it's about a 2-hour bus ride coming from Glen Burnie. So I think as you look at Councilman Volke's area, where we've got a large number of our population, if there is potential for like an express transit option or something coming from areas that are high dense population, that definitely has potential. But I think as you'd be quick to say, it has to be there. The demand has to be there in order to make it revenue efficient and effective. But we're more than capable of facilitating something like that if that's something that we think we want to move forward with.
I just wanted to clarify, 2 hours, do you mean from Glen Burnie to the Pentagon, or do you mean from to Fort Meade?
To Fort Meade with stops.
Okay, with stops, okay.
Yeah, so that's why I mentioned an express service. With express service, we'll be able to get there much faster, but yeah, with stops, about 2 hours.
Thank you.
This is Sarah Lacey, D1. I have a couple of my own questions. I first thank you so much for your presentation and welcome to Anne Arundel County, of course. I was surprised by the figure that you gave of expecting approximately 3,600 more employees through fiscal year 28. That is a lower number than I would have thought, given the amount of growth that we've seen and the overall like national challenges that we have. Can you tell us a little bit about what that particular number sort of represents in terms of whether it's employers on the fort or just normal growth?
No, absolutely, ma'am. So that number is primarily uniformed military organizations that are moving on to post or standing up new to post. What that number does not capture at all is growth of organizations internally to the post. So say, for example, the NSA decided they need 5 or 10 more people to work on a special project. Right now, that number isn't included in my growth projections. Honestly, that kind of growth is the reason why you're seeing our number jump from 5,600 to where I think it will be in March to 6,600. Or I'm sorry, 1,000, 56,000 to 66,000. So if you look at just over the past 10 years, we've had 10,000 person growth in what I call shadow growth on post, where small units adding a few people here and a few people there to their organization. With 119 tenant organizations, that tends to add up into real numbers after a fairly short amount of time. The 3,600 that we're projecting over the next 8 years, that's a net number. We do have some organizations that are leaving post, and then those are organizations that are moving on to post. So the actual growth may even be higher than that, as you mentioned, as missions expand and the importance of both the cyber and the intelligence mission continues to gain prominence.
Thank you. And as a follow-up to that, you had mentioned that the expectation is that about 10,000 offsite employees will be moved back on Fort. I think you meant through FY28, but if I misunderstood, please correct me. My question is, are you aware, at this time, is there any sort of plan to communicate with the the commercial landlords of all those off-site surrounding properties, and to kind of, I don't know, coordinate for future use, or just let them know sufficiently in advance, because that's definitely it's a lot of space.
No, absolutely, ma'am. I am not personally aware of that. I will, but I will tell you, I meet with the NSA leadership on a regular basis, and I can absolutely bring that up as a concern to them.
Okay, and the only other comment I wanted to make, just for your knowledge, if you didn't know, our Planning Advisory Board meets on January 6th they'll have a public hearing on the current draft of the general development plan. So if you haven't had a chance to have someone, review it, they're taking comments through the 6th, and that's pretty much the last opportunity to comment before it comes to the county council. So with that, Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, Councilman Pruski, District 4. Colonel Nyland, I did have a follow-up after Ms. Lacey's inquiry. In regards to the enhanced use lease project across 175, I don't know if you had an update on that. For those of you that don't know, there was a project that was supposed to go with some office buildings and other things, and we were working on road improvements. I think so. I didn't know if you had any update on that.
Sir, we have not seen any movement on that to date. As you know, the developer there he really needs to see a clear demand signal, and right now the vast majority of the demand for the move onto Post is actually behind the NSA compound fence due to security reasons. So we're still we are still keeping a close eye on that, and honestly, we get visited by about 2 or 3 units a month looking to move to the area, and that is always one of the areas that we bring up as a potential if they come with money. And some of them do, and some of them don't. So.
Does anyone have any more questions for Colonel Nyland? Okay, hearing none, seeing no flags. Okay, Colonel Nyland, thank you so much for your presentation this morning. We're honored to have you, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate the opportunity. My wife and I are now proud members of your community, and it's been a thoroughly warm welcome, and we really appreciate it. I look forward to many future explorations as we get out of this pandemic environment hopefully somewhere in the summer. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move to our second presentation of the morning. It is a COVID-19 briefing. We have Dr. Nilesh Kalyanaraman, Health Officer. We have Preeti Emmerich, Director of the Office of Emergency Management. Chris Trumbauer, Director of Policy and Communications. Pete Barron, our familiar Director of Government Relations, and Greg Swain, County Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I cannot start my video. There we go. Good morning, everyone. I'm just going to give a quick rundown of how we're going to approach it, and then we're going to try and reserve as much time for questions. So like Madam Chair mentioned, we have Ms. Emmerich from Office of Emergency Management, Dr. Kalyanaraman, our Health Officer, and our Director of Policy and Communications and current acting Budget Officer, Chris Trumbauer, as well as Greg Swain. If it's okay with the council, I'm going to ask Ms. Emmerich to go first and give a short presentation. We do have snow forecasted, and there is some work that I know she has, so I want to make sure if she has to go, we can let her go. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Emmerich.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, council members. Again, my name is Preeti Emmerich. I am the Director of the Office of Emergency Management. So I wanted to brief council on our recovery continuum. Next slide, please. So in emergency management, as you guys know, when disasters happen, it's usually one and done, couple of days, and then we're moving on to the recovery. With COVID-19 is a little different. And what we have in terms of emergency management is the graphic I'm showing here is called the recovery continuum. And so recovery is broken up into different terms. We have the short term, the intermediate, and the long term. So what I'm showing here is a little bit of how that fits into our COVID-19 recovery. So we talk about in the short term, couple of days, within knowing about the pandemic, within it setting in, the continuity of operations plans are set in motion. County governments obtaining PPE, we're setting the public health orders. In the intermediate, when we're talking about weeks and months, this is where we get into the testing that the health department is doing, the guidance for reconstitution of county services and businesses, and of course, ensuring that we have adequate PPE. Not only for our healthcare workers, but our other residents of Anne Arundel County. And then we get into the long term, which is definitely, this is what it's looking like into the months and the years. And so we're kind of getting into that a little bit when we're talking about revitalizing the economy and county workforce, vaccination planning, re-examining the public health guidance, and of course, financial reconciliation. And what's interesting about COVID-19, of course, is that you see a lot of the short-term, intermediate, long-term is kind of blending into each other. It's this pull of the response and recovery dance, as I'd like to call it. So some of these things are happening now while we're still dealing with a lot of the stuff that we determined to be intermediate or short-term. Next slide, please. This COVID-19 recovery continuum is focused on public health, and this is actually taken from the state of Maryland. And as you can see, when we talk about the short-term recovery and the possible second peak, which we're dealing with now, and the intermediate recovery in which hospital surge capacity is no longer needed, obviously we're kind of in between the short-term and the intermediate recovery stages of the second peak, but the surge capacity is still needed, obviously, in our fight against this. But then we have the long-term coming up, which is the vaccination availability, of course, at this point, and the distribution of it. And the stage 1, 2, and 3 is the state of Maryland's what activities could be possibly allowed at that point. And you can see stage 3, the high risk activities of public gatherings and et cetera. Once the vaccination comes through and the herd immunity comes about, that's when they deem that it might be acceptable to lift some of the restrictions. Next slide, please. So for this recovery framework and continuing forward, we have guiding principles that will help us in our policy and in the work that we do. So number 1 is continuity. We want to ensure that all the county services and resources are available and deployed efficiently and effectively. Then we have health equity and inclusion. We want to provide opportunities for everyone to fulfill their full health potential and to ensure that all residents are included in our planning and can recover regardless of the race, age, ethnicity, or social economic status. Then we have resiliency. With COVID-19, we want to not just return back to normal, but be better than where we previously were. And resiliency addresses that. And whole community. And one of the things that has really, Anne Arundel County, the community has really engaged and gotten together to help in our whole community approach to recovery and to response. I'm really heartened to see all the volunteers that we've had, not only in the food distribution, but especially with the Office of Emergency Management, willing to help out at testing sites, with the donation centers, et cetera. So we want to make sure in our recovery that we include the whole community in our efforts. Next slide, please. This is the framework that we have for our recovery efforts. And I'll just go over this briefly. As you can see in the green, we talk about the vision and the policy. And of course, with the vision of the policy, Stuart Pittman, our county executive, of course, with the COVID-19 Recovery Advisory Group, they're the ones that have the vision to create the policy of how to effectively respond and recover to COVID-19. And of course, we have the CARES Funding Task Force because there is a lot of funding associated with that would help with the vision and the policy. And that trickles down to the Recovery Executive Committee, as you can see, comprised of the various agencies and subject matter experts: health, law, county executive, emergency management, EDC, Housing Commission, and public schools, that takes a look at these policies. And what we do is we discuss them. In the yellow is the support function. That's where the recovery manager, the recovery support team come in. This is where the Office of Emergency Management plays a role. And we offer the support not only to the vision and the policy, but make sure to bring the vision and the policy to the pink area, which is the execution area. So we have mission areas, specific subject matters that we want to focus on in the response and the recovery that are greatly impacted by COVID-19. So number one, as you can see, economy and employment, which is led by the Economic Development Corporation, that committee. Then there's education and youth services, especially focused on the schools, led by the Office of the County Executive, a representative, of the Office of the County of the Executive. Government services, and this really focuses on continuity of government services. Again, as I said, to make sure that we're still providing the services efficiently and effectively to our residents. And then health, human services, and housing. And of course, that has been greatly impacted by the food drives we're seeing, the sheltering, and especially the eviction issues. So with the vision and the policy, that goes down to these mission areas, which are the boots on the ground. They're the ones that have the ties to the community and are able to bring issues that may need to be resolved back to the Recovery Executive Committee, to that policy and vision. So as you can see, it's a two-way street. With the vision and policy, it trickles down to the mission areas and how to best serve the community. But obviously with community issues or any other issues that we might see with these, we're able to bring it up to the policy and the vision sector in order to address them. And the supports function, obviously, and I'll explain a little bit later, helps in that two-way communication. Next. So again, with the Recovery Executive Committee, in case you weren't able to see the tiny writing, these are the subject matter experts that are involved in the committee, and we bring in other subject matter experts as needed in order to discuss specific issues. Next. Mission area groups. The four mission areas we talked about: economy and employment, government services, education and youth services, and housing, human services, and health. These are flexible and scalable. We try to keep them manageable so we can really discuss the key issues. But obviously we could add members, especially with the economy and employment. There was a suggestion from the advisory group that we add more labor, and we're doing that as we speak for the next meeting. And again, they have established objectives which are set forth by the county vision and policy. Next slide, please. Just a few of the key members of our mission areas. As you can see with economy and employment, we have representatives from not only county government, but hospitality, restaurants, and retail. Our education and youth services, we have represented from the public schools to update us on the status of the schools and any needs, and especially youth services, recs and parks, partnership for community, Board of Education, libraries. Government services, the key government service agencies that really speak to the continuity of services, information technology, personnel, central services to keep our facilities running. And then we have the health and human services and housing. So aging and disabilities, especially focused on our elderly population, social services on our most vulnerable populations. Obviously, there's a concern about mental health, not only for county government employees, but also the community as a whole. That's what we address with the mental health agency. And of course, as you can see with a lot of the The grant programs and community development services obviously helps in terms of with food distribution and housing needs. Next. So the current status, again, as I said, response and recovery concurrent and fluid due just to the nature of COVID-19. So we're going to continue to use this framework where I know the main kind of name brand is recovery, but it also helps in the back and forth of response and recovery in the different phases we're encountering with COVID-19. Again, it's flexible and scalable with the meetings. So depending on if we need to, amp up the meetings in terms of the response that has been done, if there's certain key areas that may not need to be meeting as often, again, it's very scalable. And what I also want to emphasize is that the leads of the mission areas are continuously assessing the needs and challenges of the community. We really have an ear in the community, and with the mission area leads that it's continuously brought in, especially with the economy and employment mission area, especially with a lot of the representatives there. And again, I talked about the continuous cycling of the policy level decisions that trickles down and issues that are able to bubble up from the mission areas. And with the recovery support team, we provide situational awareness to the executive committee and the mission area leads so that everybody has a common operating picture. And what we have found, of course, is that there's a lot of overlap in the issues that are being discussed. So one mission area can help another mission area with that and keep everybody apprised of what's being discussed. Next. So moving forward together, and again, I said this framework will work with obviously coordinating efforts, not only in the response and the recovery so that we can overcome COVID-19. And again, we want this to be actively engaged in the whole community approach. This would not happen without the help and the input from the residents of Anne Arundel County and how to guide this. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Pete, this is Sarah Lacey, D1, Madam Chair, as I'm now known. Okay, Pete, do you want to have Ms. Emmerich take questions now, or do you want to have everyone else go ahead?
If council wants a couple of questions now, I think it would be fine.
Okay, we will try to keep it to a couple of questions so that we can get to the remainder of the presentation. So, Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. So I don't know if this question is for Ms. Emmerich or if it's for the administration. So in that slideshow, you referenced the recovery work group several times. I don't know what status the recovery work group is in. We reconvened one time with the members as we used to meet, and we were given 5 minutes to ask questions before the rest of the presentation focused on other matters. And we've not met since, and I've inquired about it. So are there additional meetings that are now taking place with a new version of the work group? What is the status on the work group specifically?
Maybe Mr. Trumbauer can tackle that.
Is that okay with you, Preeti?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. Chris Trumbauer with the County Exec's Office. So Councilwoman, you're correct. The current iteration of the recovery work group is no longer actively meeting. I think that once we shifted over to this situation where we're no longer in the posture of discussing how and what to reopen, but we headed into the winter surge and now unfortunately are in the posture of additional restrictions, that we wanted to re-envision that group and have it be more of a public facing dialogue. And so it's now happening as something called Confronting COVID. It's live streamed. As you recall, there were a lot of people that wanted more of a public face to the discussion. So rather than it being a private deliberative group right now, every other week the county executive is doing a live stream and focusing on different issues. So last week we had members of the restaurant, or 2 weeks ago we had members of the restaurant industry. Tomorrow, Thursday, whatever today is, the next one on Thursday is going to have mental health experts on to talk about behavioral health. So that's the new posture of it. We are thinking, and Ms. Emmerich can elaborate on this, that there will be a broader recovery group going forward that will include community stakeholders, and our thinking is to embed portions or all of our previous recovery work group into that effort, but I'll let Ms. Emmerich elaborate on that if she wants to.
Yes, Mr. Schonbauer is right. We're currently working on a structure that would incorporate more community members and kind of reformatting that group for the future.
Madam Chair, if I may follow up.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate that information. It might be helpful to let the other members of the work group know that we are no longer meeting as we were.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. Ms. Emmerich, you mentioned sort of mission leads and a number of stakeholders and all this, and I'm just wondering if I can get an org chart of some sort. Who's heading up which area? Who is reporting to them? Because there are a lot of times I have a question that maybe I'm trying to funnel it through Mr. Barron or Dr. K, and it might be much easier if I can just ask whoever is heading up a particular lead. And you mentioned all those stakeholders. That would be really helpful if we could get that.
Absolutely, I can send that. Who can I send that to?
You might need to send it through Madam Secretary.
Okay.
Ms.
Yes, Pretty, if you would send that to me, then I can distribute to the entire council.
Yes, we'll do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Pickard.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Emmerich, for being here this morning. I'm also really interested in the way we move forward with the community stakeholder groups and things. My district has been incredibly hard hit, both from a public health perspective and an economic perspective. I think I can bring a different dynamic to that work group than maybe has been represented previously. And now that I'm no longer chair, I have a little time. But I'd appreciate the administration if there's a place without getting into a quorum situation that I can engage in some of those conversations. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Barron, it seems like the time to move on with the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. K.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and County Council. Is it okay if I share screen and run through slides, or would you prefer you do it? It doesn't matter to me. You'll do it. Perfect. So I will start with our principles. What we're trying to achieve. Our goal is to eliminate the virus, keep people healthy, allow schools to open, and keep businesses open. Well, there we go. We can go to there we go. And to promote mental and social well-being, and as Mr. Trumbauer noted, that's going to be a part of the county council's, the county executive's meeting this Thursday. But I think critically, public health measures are the roadmap for a more sustainable recovery. You know, the better we're able to control COVID, the more we can continue with our activities. Next slide. So it was a year ago that the COVID virus was discovered in China. Since then, in our county, we've had over 20,000 cases, 298 deaths, and that number keeps growing as we are in this fall into winter surge. But I think most importantly, there's cause for hope. Our first vaccine was approved for emergency use just last week, and there's another hearing coming up in 2 days. It is unprecedented to see a vaccine come about in 1 year from the discovery of a virus. And so while there's hope, we need to get enough people healthy to get that vaccine so that we can keep people safe to get there. Next slide, please. I share this just to put it into perspective with all the restrictions and changes in society we've had. COVID-19 is still the 4th leading cause of death in Arundel and the 3rd leading cause of death in the United States. And so it continues to be critical to control it, as I mentioned, until we can get to vaccine. Next slide. So this is a familiar graph for you. Our case rate is up to 48. You can see in the past 6+ weeks, our rise has been rapid. Next slide. Our hospitalizations in our 2 county hospitals are continuing to go up. And we are seeing our ICU admissions going up as well. Next slide.
Excuse me one moment, my apologies. Dr. K, you do have control, if you accept it, of the presentation unless you wish it to be done for you.
I would love to tell you I understand how to accept it.
And we can continue in this manner. This is fine.
All right, there we go. Makes our lives a little easier. So our hospital occupancy, we're looking at our acute care, which is our general beds, and then our ICU. And we keep track of that to see the hospital's capacity to care for people. Now, this includes a lot of things. Hospitals can change their capacity to meet increasing demand, but those come with costs, whether that's increased staffing or deferring other care to be able to pull existing staffing onto COVID care. The state hospitalization picture is very similar to ours, seeing an increase, and now the state hospitalizations each day, we're setting generally a new record at this point, as we have exceeded our spring hospitalizations for COVID. The one big difference is that in the spring, we had a general stay-at-home order, and hospitals had deferred all non-emergent procedures. That is not the case currently. Percent positivity continues to go up, and it's in the 8% range. Our infection rate is climbing, and that's an indicator of how quickly it's spreading. Anything over 1 means that the COVID is spreading and growing. Anything less than 1 means that it is shrinking. And the closer to 0 it is, the faster it's shrinking, and the larger it is above 1, the faster it's growing. So at an infection rate of 1, it doesn't mean that it'll go away. It means that our case rate will stay the same as whatever it is now. And so our challenge is that this is not a sustainable case rate. We have 2 problems. One is that our case rate is high, and the second is that our case rate is growing. We have to deal with both of those aspects. This is our deaths by week, and we see that in the past 2 months, our deaths are at a much higher rate overall than they were over the course of the summer. And those death numbers do grow a little bit as deaths get attributed to either our county or to COVID as time goes on. So if you've been paying close attention, you'll see that some of the numbers from previous weeks have grown by 1 or 2 because of that. And then our high-risk locations. So we have contact tracing data from July to November that shows the locations that people who are positive have been in the 14 days prior to diagnosis. So a way of trying to understand where they may have been exposed. And we see that the high-risk locations, this is for our county, number 1 is working outside the home, and that encompasses a wide range of activities. Number 2 is indoor retail and shopping. Number 3 is indoor dining. Number 4 is outdoor dining. And number 5 is outdoor recreation. And that data is fairly consistent, not just in our county, but across the state as well. And so this is just a summary of what I've discussed in the past 2 minutes. So when we look at our state hospital capacity, we know that our baseline hospital capacity is about 9,000 beds, give or take. And our baseline hospital census is somewhere in the 6,000 to 6,500 range. During this COVID emergency, we've talked about expanded capacity up to 15,000 physical beds, but that comes with a couple of catches. Staffing is a critical concern. When we were talking about this in March, April, May, different parts of the country were in different stages of having COVID. There was a greater ability, not an easy ability, but a greater ability to pull staff. At this point, every single spot in the country is under duress. There is no extra staffing capacity to pull from that everybody else isn't also trying to pull from. And the second is to staff up to 15,000 beds, you would have to defer or divert other care. It's not possible to do it while continuing current activities. And so while this is a plan that exists, it is a disaster scenario plan. It is not a continuity plan. I think also critically, there's been a lot of talk about elective procedures. I want to clarify some details around that. Over 70% of hospital admissions come from the emergency room. So people come into the emergency room, they get admitted for any of the range of reasons that people go. When we talk about elective procedures, elective simply means that you don't have to be admitted today. It does mean, though, that if you don't do something about it, you're probably going to have to be admitted emergently in a short period of time. So some examples of elective procedures are cardiac stents for heart disease, are surgeries for cancer or for broken bones, things that need to happen in the next week and a half, 2 weeks, right? And that if you don't do it, people will end up in the emergency room. I think it's critical to understand that it simply is not something that we can defer for long periods of time without compromising people's health. So we get projections to help understand where we're going. Projections are not predictions. Projections are, if we don't do anything, this is the trajectory that we are on. And it helps us understand the potential implications of what is occurring now. I'm sharing with you one of those projections which tries to understand what the range of possibilities are for hospitalizations. And this is from November 9th. And I'm sharing that because this is something that we've been talking about, our trajectory, for a few months now. And this projection showed that if we continue on our current pace, and this is as of November 9th, we would be heading to 12,000 COVID admissions. Now, that's not something we can handle without significant health consequences. Because as I noted earlier, there's about 6,000 just routine admissions. This would outstrip our capacity. You can see on the right that there's a range of possibilities that includes, right? This isn't just one number. It includes a lot of possibilities, anywhere from there's really very minimal impact to catastrophic. So optimistic, moderate, pessimistic, and catastrophic. So we started talking about this, and we started talking about this because it's important for people to know this, right? Other piece is that there was a short-term projection. That orange-yellow line was the COVID admissions over from the 30th of October to November 9th there. And then that dotted line was, this is what happened in March. Will we track along that or not? And so the key principles that we took from that is that hospitalizations are increasing rapidly. There's a delay between each of these steps, cases to hospitalization, to ICU to death. And that is, we've seen that pretty consistently. Probably the one step that gets left out a little bit, that gets delayed a little bit longer, is hospitalization to ICU, mainly because of improved care. And I think the key part here is that the effectiveness of our actions multiply over time. So if we act sooner, we save many more lives than if we act later. And the key part is that we can reduce risk, but not eliminate it. Everything here is about reduction of risk. There isn't something that is risky or not risky. Is it more or less risky? So we took actions in November based on this, and they were pretty targeted. We decreased restaurant capacity to 25%. Gatherings were decreased to 10 indoors, 25 outdoors. Enhanced enforcement and public messaging. And the focus was really largely on individual action with very limited systemic action. So restaurants were really the main systemic action. gatherings are, we don't really have regulatory authority over gatherings in the sense that if people are indoors, we're not going to be able to tell that, right? We need people to do the right things so that we can slow down this spread. And specifically, when we looked at our high-risk locations, the reason that we looked at restaurants is that, and I showed you some of that data earlier, is that we see that indoor dining and outdoor dining are disproportionate. And in fact, and we talked about this in September, in fact, there's pretty good amount of understanding about the impact that bars and restaurants have on spread. There's a CDC report that came out in August, September, that people who are positive are 2.4 times more likely to be at a bar or restaurant than people who are negative. Our data in Anne Arundel County shows that people who are positive are 2.2 times more likely to have been at a bar or restaurant than at retail, just amongst those who are positive. And so that's really the driver behind the issue with bars and restaurants. And we'll talk some more about the other drivers of spread. But critically, indoor dining was a way to decrease risk during the summer and fall months. The problem we really get to is that while it is less risky than indoor dining, it is not without risk, as we saw from the data. And particularly in the colder weather, those tent flaps come down and it essentially turns into an indoor space with worse ventilation. And that's understandable. In 40-degree weather, you don't want to sit outside. But then that sort of takes away the whole purpose of it being outdoors. So we put those into effect, and we see that and we've gotten these projections over time, and we see that our projections show a slight decrease in that top line number of about 9,000 COVID admissions by sometime in early 2021. So that was a 12,000 in November down to about 9,000. And like I said, those are COVID admissions. That's due in part to the changes that went into effect, but also to increased messaging. One of the reasons we wanted to share this information is that it does cause people to change their behavior, to understand the magnitude of what we are confronting. And that's entirely intentional. But still, this is still not a sustainable path. The amount of hospitalizations that this implies is not something that our hospital systems across the state can manage. And I think critically, you can see that our hospitalizations over the past month tracked along that growth line that we saw in April. That's concerning. And I think, as I noted earlier, in the absence of a stay-at-home order and in the absence of clearing out our hospitals, we're in a different position than we were at that time. And so our actions in November, they had a small effect for sure, but not enough to prevent overwhelming our hospitals. And so we need to go beyond individual actions to more systemic actions. And I think critically, our drivers of spread that we are targeting are that different groups of people coming together for prolonged periods of time, and inability to mask or distance, and indoor spaces. And it's not that these things are good or bad. These are simply drivers of spread. And the more features any particular venue or activity has, the greater chance it has of promoting spread. So these actions are targeted to address drivers of spread while limiting economic impact on people and businesses. And I think it's really important to note that we're essentially at a tough spot here where there are two bad choices to take. One is that people's economic livelihoods have been affected during the pandemic, and the other is that people's health is affected during the pandemic. And we're essentially at a point where, unfortunately, there is not insufficient federal support for businesses and individuals. And that's why we haven't taken action as aggressively up till this point. We would do a lot better if we had controlled the spread earlier, but there were not the economic supports for that. But now we're in a position where we are potentially overwhelming our hospitals, and that is the other shore that we are going to crash on. And so our actions are targeted to address these drivers of spread, to last 4 weeks, and then reassess. And these are the actions that that the county executive announced last week that will go into effect tomorrow. Restricting the food service establishments to carry out delivery or curbside only, decreasing religious facility capacity to 33%, decreasing capacity of other businesses, retail stores, gyms, fitness centers, personal services, casinos, bowling alleys to 25%, suspending organized sports play, and closing indoor theaters, performance venues, bingo, pool halls, roller rinks. And I want to note why we took these measures is because we looked at our drivers, and we also looked at what other actions were taken in other states in the country, and we noted that Michigan acted similarly. As we were having these discussions with folks at Hopkins, including Dr. Josh Sharfstein and Dr. Tom Inglesby, they asked us to look at the actions in Michigan, and when we look at the data, and I was actually looking at this over the weekend, we see that Michigan acted on 11/18 with a set of actions similar to ours. And Ohio, which was really tracking along very similarly to them, in fact, Michigan was a little higher on case rate, Ohio did not make any of those changes. And we can see the effects of that pretty dramatically. It took about 2 to 3 weeks, which is roughly in line with what we expect. And we're seeing Michigan's rate come down, whereas Ohio's is continuing to go up. And while I didn't show it here, it's reflected in their hospitalizations, where I'm checking my notes here, Ohio's hospitalizations have gone up 76% during that time. Michigan's only 29%. And we can expect that with a case rate that's decreasing for Michigan, that with that lag that I noted, a few weeks lag, their hospitalizations we expect would go down. That's why we're putting these changes into place. I just wanted to acknowledge the people who have helped. I mentioned Dr. Sharfstein and Dr. Inglesby, and Dr. Klein and Dr. Lynn as well at Hopkins, who provided us with their projections. I'm happy to either answer questions now or later. I'm not sure which way we're doing it, but that's the end of my presentation.
Madam Chair, we are close to time for recess.
Okay, it would be my preference. I know we're going to have a long discussion with lots of questions. It'd be my preference to take a 10-minute recess now, come back and dive in. So we can, it's 10:22 now. We'll come back at 10:32, 10:30. Madam Secretary, is that sufficient?
Yes, ma'am. At least a 10-minute recess is required.
Oh, at least. Okay, well, I won't shorten it on our captioner then. Let's come back at 10:35. Thanks, everybody. Madam Secretary,
Madam Chair,
I just wanted to make sure you were present. Okay.
I am indeed.
All right, well, it's 10:35, so we're back from recess, and following up on Dr. K's presentation, we are moving to questions.
And
Ms.
Madam
Pickard,
Chair, shall I call the roll after recess?
yes, although before you do, finish my sentence, which is
I apologize.
Ms. Hare, I know you need to leave at 11. After Ms. Pickard, I'll call on you. Go ahead, Ms. Gray.
Thank you. Ms. Fiedler,
Present.
Ms. Rodnian,
Present.
Ms. Hare,
Present.
Ms. Pickard,
Present.
Mr. Volkey,
Present.
Mr. Pruski,
Still here.
Ms. Lacy.
Present.
Madam Chair, all council are present.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Ms. Pickard, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to take a minute this morning as the administration was announcing new restrictions last week. I just wanted to set the stage for what was happening in District 2 a little bit, because simultaneously I was receiving Facebook, social media updates, and personal phone calls from people in my district. And a personal friend was informing me of the loss of her stepfather. But what I didn't realize is as she's telling me about the loss of her stepfather at 65, dead from COVID, she is telling me this from her hospital room at BWMC, as she herself, a 46-year-old mother of two, community advocate and leader, is suffering from COVID herself. I'm grateful and blessed to know that she is now at home recovering. She spent 6 days alone in the hospital and is continuing to heal and take care of herself, and also monitoring the effects of COVID on her liver. I'm going to read a little bit because then I'm going to get a little upset while I do it. But my liver was impacted by COVID and/or the COVID medicine, so I'll be monitored for a bit to make sure that doesn't get worse. My doctor is hopeful that as I continue to heal, my liver will also do the same. I was lucky and incredibly blessed that I was able to receive the medicine for COVID. There is only a small window of time that they need to start the medicine for it to work. The nurses refer to it as liquid gold. I spent 6 days in BWMC alone, scared and devastated by what my stepdad was going through. The nurses I had became the support I needed and did everything they could, from spending extra time with me, talking, asking about my family, and showing such compassion. I am grateful for the love and support that has been showed. I will remember them forever. That's just a snippet of what's happening here in Anne Arundel County. At the same time, I'm also learning that our first responders, our EMTs, are spending upwards of 2 to 3 to 4 hours in rigs, in the ambulance with patients, in parking lots of our hospitals waiting to admit patients. This is real. And I'd like to end my statement here with some questions for Dr. Kalyanaraman about the state reaction to the current surge. I'm confounded that our case rates statewide, not just in Anne Arundel County, I'm trying to keep up with all the charts from April to now, are off the charts compared to when we had stay-at-home orders. And I can only say that the only thing that makes sense is that as a state and the state government, we've made a choice. It seems to me here in the middle of December, we've made a choice that the economic crisis is more important than the public health crisis. Otherwise, the reaction at the state level in Maryland doesn't make any sense. So I'm curious to know what you and your health officials think is going on at the state level, both at MDH and in the governor's office. It doesn't make sense to me. And then obviously we also had, at a time when our case rate was lower, we also had a willingness at the federal level with the economic relief, both expanded unemployment. So I'm just at a loss as to how we find ourselves here in Anne Arundel County in this situation with, it seems like our federal and state government have waved the white flag and are just gonna let people die and hospitals surge until 300 million people can get vaccinated.
So I think one of the key principles that we have been pushing, and certainly know that you all appreciate this, is that, you know, our goal has been consistently to keep that case rate down as low as possible, to keep as many people safe and healthy. It comes with the recognition that that the way to do that was to economically support individuals, businesses, and to support individuals to retain their jobs and their income should they get infected. During the spring, the federal government did act and had expanded unemployment insurance, the PPP program for businesses. And that was really a critical part of the response. We have been asking for that, advocating for that to anybody who will listen, as continually it's still needed. And it's how we're going to be able to support those individuals. All of you are familiar with the fact that certainly from the health department's perspective, we have pushed for further action, recognizing those other challenges economically and from a behavioral health standpoint. But I think our big challenge is that from an economic standpoint, there are solutions that are available. From a public health standpoint, if somebody dies, there is no solution to reverse that. And that's really the position that we're in right now. At the state level, we continue to voice these perspectives. I will speak for myself and a number of other health officers who continue to advocate for additional action. And I can't speak to the governor's why he makes the decisions that he makes, recognizing that there's a lot of different forces there. But I certainly know that for us as a county, that's the position that we see our hospitals in and we see our residents in as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I really appreciate the schedule accommodation. I have not too many, actually, just a handful of questions. Is it okay if I run through each of them sequentially?
That's fine.
Awesome, thank you. Dr. K, you and I had spoke a couple of weeks ago, I think it was on December 1, about a testing center at Southern High School. And I had reached out to you and I had reached out to Dr. Arlotto. It's been a couple of weeks and I hadn't heard anything. I'm wondering if there's been any progress on that front.
So we had talked about that, Dr. Arlotto and myself. Right now, I think that we saw that last week of November, that the traffic had gotten out of control, causing some significant problems for everybody around there. They're ready to move if we are. I think our bigger challenge is that we do that in concert with Anne Arundel Medical Center. And right now, just honestly, we're trying to move our Annapolis testing site because it can't be there after January 1st. So from a sequencing standpoint, that's where we are. If there's a real need to move from the Elks Lodge quickly, we can talk more about that. But my understanding and following up with my staff is that things have gotten a lot better since that November overflow.
I was anticipating there may be another large group of testing probably right before the Christmas holidays in the same way that there was right before the Thanksgiving holidays. My hope was that we could have a testing site at Southern, even if it's one day a week, but in addition to the Elks Lodge testing, because there is really testing between Deal and Reba, which is an awfully huge amount of ground for someone to cover. And that's creating this sort of logjam, at least in District 7. Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So let me just say that I think I'll certainly bring it back to my team about an additional like 1 day a week site that might be more doable than switching the Elks Lodge site.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
My next couple of questions on your slides and some of the data. Your very first slide, the very first word was, or the very first phrase is eliminate the virus. The first time I've really heard you use that phrase, and it kind of caught me off guard. We've always sort of talked about managing the virus, controlling the virus. Eliminating it to me suggests that there are no cases anywhere ever. Is that really your goal for allowing students to go back to school? And the other prongs you had there for sort of reopening steps, one of them was this going back to school, and I forget the other three off the top of my head, but eliminating the virus. Is that really the new standard?
It's the closer we get to that, the easier it is to do everything that we want to do. Keep businesses open, get schools open. I understand what you're saying. The wording has changed a little bit. I think that we have been in a phase of managing it, and unfortunately, this is what managing it. It's very difficult to manage. It takes just a few weeks for it to start raging out of control. That's what we've seen in the past 2.5 months. Are we going to be able to eliminate it? Part of that is the vaccine, frankly. We didn't have an opportunity to talk about that, mainly because there's very little to say at this point, other than it's been approved and we're waiting for shipment. But that's really going to be a cornerstone of the strategy of really eliminating the virus. So is it necessary to eliminate it to do those things? No, but I think targeting that as our goal gives us a better opportunity to do all of the things that we want to do.
But even with the virus, even with the vaccine, it's certainly possible we will still have cases. The vaccine's not 100% effective. I think there are some potential side effects for people who have allergies to other medicines. Things like that. Certainly, you don't think the virus is just going to go away.
Oh, no, I do not.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that when you put up there eliminate, we are not looking for 0. We are on a continuum still of when things can happen.
Yes, and our goal will continue to be to suppress that as low as possible, but doesn't mean we will get there.
Okay. On the slide where you showed ICU beds, acute beds, and overall hospital capacity, and you noted that there was a difference in the spring versus the fall, because in the spring we had deferred elective surgeries, whereas in the fall we have not, and things like that. Can you redo that slide, but do it with just the COVID patients so that we're comparing apples to oranges? Because it's a little bit hard for me to compare when there's different data involved in the 2 timeframes. Is it possible to do that slide comparing apples to apples?
What we can do is distinguish between what percentage were COVID and which were not. So
yeah. Beds that are COVID patients versus beds that are not in the ICU and acute in the 2 timeframes.
I'm fairly certain we can do that. I don't want to promise it. I got to troll through the data from back then. That's more of the issue.
On the Michigan and Ohio data, the slide you presented was normalized for population, but then you gave hospitalizations with a percentage rate. Is that also normalized for population, or can we get that data to show actual, hospital beds per 100,000 increase normalized? That way it's normalized.
That was normalized, yes.
Okay. And then I want to talk to you for a second about youth sports. Because on the slides that you showed, it looks like outdoor recreation is that lowest one on the bottom there of sort of the places people had been if they were positive in the last 2 weeks. And you and I have had a couple of conversations via email about youth sports and mental health and opioids and how opioid overdoses age is trending downwards. And I'm really, really, really concerned about the mental stability of our youngest group. And when we talked about sports, I had asked specifically about how many cases had been transmitted as a result of youth sports. And your response to me, at least as I understand it, was that the general challenge is not necessarily that the disease is being spread among youth sports, but that it's hard for contact tracing because there may be more contacts for any person who does present with the disease. And so my concern is with by canceling all youth sports, we've sort of taken an approach that I think we could have used less restrictive measures, at least based on my understanding of what your concern is. And so I had written you and asked if there was a less restrictive way that we could do this. Maybe it's there's no spectators, parents can't go, they have to wait in their cars, whatever it may be. Maybe it's teams have to divide into cohorts and they can only practice in groups of 8 at a time. Maybe it's you can only play teams within the county. I'm not sure what it is, but you had said that you were taking a look and would try and find a narrow lane for how to do this, I believe were your words, and that was back in November 30. Have we had any update to that whatsoever?
Yeah, so a couple of things on the youth sports piece. The issue was that when we're looking at our data for the sports teams, what we're looking at is there transmission amongst the participants, but there's also transmission that happens with families. That's just simply much harder to detect as part of this kind of investigation. And the point I was making about contact tracing is that that's exactly the kind of thing that we would do during normal times because there's only a handful of cases. But we don't have the ability to track down that full spread because of the volume coming at us. And that's not unique to us. That's simply just a function of how contact tracing in COVID is happening right now. And so it is, it's part of it goes back to the drivers of spread issue. We're bringing a lot of people together for a prolonged period of time, particularly with the team sports. And there's no pleasure in suspending youth sports. It's, I think we've been pretty consistently clear that we're trying to focus on how do we get activities, including school, back up for kids. The challenge we have is that right now, looking at the highest drivers of spread, that falls into it. And the outdoor activities, as you noted, is the fifth leading location, but there's a longer list. So outdoor activities isn't at the bottom of the list, actually. It's just the fifth cause. And I'd be happy to share with you that contact tracing information that we get. The state actually we have to stop asking that question about where people have been in the 2 weeks prior in November because the systems were just creaking under the pressure of the growing number of cases, and we had to slim down the number of questions. And when I say we, I mean at the state level. So our data stops in mid-November on that, but I will share that with you, kind of that full panel. In terms of a narrow lane, some of the indoor sports, it's really challenging to figure out what that narrow lane is. That involves sports competition as opposed to sports practice where people are more distant. I think swimming is probably really the easiest one to try to address. But beyond that, we're really struggling to figure out what allows actual competition with modifications. And so right now, I don't know that we have anything other than allowing some virtual practices.
Okay, so two follow-up questions on that then. So do I understand you correctly that as of at least a couple of weeks ago, you were no longer collecting data on where people have been when they test positive for COVID?
That is correct. And that's not just us, that is the state level, because the number of cases was overwhelming the system.
Okay, and then the second part of that question, I think you sort of alluded to that there's a difference between competition and practice. And my understanding of the executive order is that everything is canceled. Again, if is there any possibility to allow for the next 4 weeks practices to move forward if they do it in groups of 8 or 10 or fewer, whatever that appropriate number is? It seems to me like if there's a way to allow that to move forward, whether it be outdoor, if track teams want to somehow start running, or basketball teams want to say, hey, for the next 4 weeks, we're just going to take you outside and run even in the cold, whatever it might be. It seems like there's a way to have done this and still given kids some ability to have some outdoor activities, indoor activities, socialization, things that would keep them going since everything else has really kind of been taken away. I think that is all I have. I thank everybody.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions on the dashboard. So if I'm reading this correctly, our current hospitalizations are 130 total beds occupied by COVID patients, and our 7-day 100,000 cases per 100,000 are at 48.78. I haven't seen what today's post was, but does that sounds pretty accurate to you, Dr. K?
Yes.
Okay, so Amanda Fiedler, District 5. So when I look back at the last time that we were around 130 total beds occupied by COVID patients, it was on May 11th. It was 128. And at that point, our cases per 100,000 on a 7-day average were 11.6. So does that mean, and I'm trying to understand the numbers together. Does that mean that more people are getting COVID, but not as many people are ending up in the hospital? Or am I missing something?
It means a couple of things. It means, one, we do see that there has been a shift in the age distribution, meaning that you're correct. One of the things is that a smaller proportion of people who get COVID are being hospitalized. And we see that people are at higher risk are taking additional precautions. It means that early during the pandemic, there was less testing available. So we were missing cases. We were seeing them in the hospitalizations, right? Because if you're sick enough, you're going to show up in the hospital. But we were missing some of the other cases in the community that never rose to the level of hospitalization. And it also means that because we have improved hospital care, we're able to see that people can get discharged a little bit sooner than they would have earlier in the spring. And so kind of that relationship between the case rate and the hospitalization numbers has changed. There's still a relationship, but the specifics have changed a little bit. So we're going to see a higher case rate lead to a similar number of hospitalizations that we saw in the springtime.
Okay, if I may ask a follow-up question before my next question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. So when we look at the projections, has the formula taken those changes into account, that we're seeing this different trend of younger patients and not the outcome in the hospitalization rates? Or are we still using the same algorithm as March?
So those projections were developed by professors at Johns Hopkins, and they're actually statewide projections based on what we've seen in terms of spread, both in our state but also in other states as well. And that's why I showed the slide showing what their 1-month projections were, and that we were tracking pretty close to that 1-month projection. A month later, that projection was pretty valid. And we see these kind of dynamics in other states that haven't taken measures. And so that's why we've been looking at these projections over time, and they are ringing true, and that's why we put credence in them.
Okay, Amanda Fiedler, District 5. So for clarification, when you're looking at numbers and making recommendations, are you looking at the state capacity for hospitals or Anne Arundel County hospitals?
Both.
Both.
So
okay.
we have to consider what our county hospitals can do, and also that they are part of a state. Each of them are part of a system. Baltimore, Washington, part of UMS, the University of Maryland Medical System, and AAMC is part of Luminous. But then there's also other capacities within the state, and the challenge is that if we are doing well, but other states are other hospitals in other counties are not, then we're going to see some of that capacity. And also vice versa. If our hospitals are getting overloaded faster than others, they're going to have some ability to transfer it out. And so there is going to be some load leveling. So that's why we track both of those numbers.
Okay, and I understand that. I have one more question on the dashboard, and then I can obviously yield to my colleague, or I can ask a few questions on the contact tracing chart. But my last question on the dashboard. So you did talk a little bit about the chart that shows deaths week to week over the last so many, I think it's 36 weeks we have the data for. So when I look at that, and tell me if I'm reading this wrong, the first half, March to the end of July, we had 207 deaths in Arundel County. And then the second half, which is end of July till the week of December 6th, we've had 86 deaths, which I see one person is, a tragedy. But as far as the trends and where we were and where we are, I see that as a decrease. Am I missing something?
I think that's fair. We kind of look at it in 3 phases instead of 2. We see that initial period kind of ending towards the end of June, where we had kind of bulk of those deaths that you note. Generally a lower number during the summer, and then we saw those numbers go up in the fall, more towards like the October timeframe. So we think of it in kind of 3 buckets, mainly because that last bucket, the one we're in right now, is showing an increase over the summer, nowhere near as bad as the spring.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, if I may ask a few tracing questions, or I can yield to Councilman Volke.
If you have questions, go ahead. Let's, I think then maybe we'll wrap up with Mr. Volke.
Okay, so on the
Ms. Rodvian, okay, go ahead.
On the contact tracing, I know you said it gives us a good sense of where we're seeing spread, but it doesn't clearly identify the majority of cases. So when that contact tracing was being done, is there kind of a in-depth look at retail? Like, are people going to big box versus smaller businesses, or are people dining in Anne Arundel County versus dining out? I'm wondering how detailed that tracing data is.
So the high-risk locations that I shared were give us a sense of where people were who are positive. So I don't want to over-ascribe what it means. It doesn't tell us that you got it there. It tells us that you were there, and we draw out some trends from that. That the contact tracing data that we have, we entered into the system. It's called COVID Link. It's a state system, and so we don't have the ability to change those questions, or those are asked statewide. So we are not able to dig beyond those questions. Generally, our intake process takes about 45 minutes to ask all the questions. That's why they actually got rid of these questions in November, is to shorten it down so that they could talk to more people and try to break the spread. This gives us a sense of where they may have gotten it, and we had to shift our focus to how do we prevent it from moving on to others. So that's why the question got dropped in November.
Okay, thank you. Amanda Feather, District 5. I wanted to ask about some of the newest restrictions, and I know that I sent an in-depth point back to you all regarding the most recent executive order, but one that stands out and I keep really struggling with, especially knowing how hard this county has worked for opioid recovery and addiction. So the recent executive order decreases capacity to 25%. And those are meetings that, from my understanding, took place with masks on. And I understand that the recent executive order was to address places where people were congregating and not wearing masks. So taking that into consideration, that these folks who are in recovery and trying to stay sober, we're meeting with masks on, and the fact that right now, at least is the most recent post that I saw, opioid overdoses are up 14%, fatal overdoses are up 17%, and juvenile overdoses have increased 100%. Is there a reason why we chose to reduce this specific category that I think is kind of a life or death situation too?
Yeah, this was another one of those difficult areas because we obviously want people to maintain in treatment and recovery in those support meetings. At the same time, we want to make sure that they're safe in those meetings. Masks are effective at reducing risk, but masks don't eliminate risk. So the best way to think about a mask is it's like a cheesecloth. It'll get most of the water out, but it's not going to get all of it. In the same way, it's going to filter most of the virus out, but it's not going to filter all of it. And so the longer and the more people are in any given space, the risk of transmitting COVID goes up and up. The mask decreases that, but doesn't eliminate it. And our challenge is that, for this, as in any other, and we've been working with the recovery community and behavioral treatment providers since day one. We actually have meetings every other week with that community to figure out what their issues are, how to support them, and how to allow them to continue to treat people while keeping safe during COVID. This was a difficult one. I understand exactly what you're saying. We're trying to make sure that people stay safe from transmitting COVID in those kinds of settings while continuing to get the support they need.
Madam Chair, may I add something?
Mr. Turnbauer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chris Turnbauer with the County Exec's Office. Councilwoman Fiedler, I want to take your question and remind everybody that originally on a previous executive order, we actually specifically called out the fellowship recovery things, and we permitted them to continue acting because the legal interpretation before that point was that they were social gatherings, and we wanted to allow them to continue. So in that executive order, it might have been 37 or 38, we did call them out specifically and allow them to meet up to 50%. And then when we were discussing this newest series of restrictions, we just wanted to kind of move together and be consistent and equitable across the different types of meetings and activities. So even though we did restrict that down to 25%, I think it's important to realize and to reiterate what Dr. Kalyanaraman said. This is an important activity. We do want to support it. So they still can meet. They're not a social gathering. We're just asking them to space out and not have more than a 25% capacity for all the reasons that Dr. Kalyanaraman mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbauer. Amanda Fiedler, District 5, from the recovery community, do they feel, and I know you can't speak on their behalf, but is this, in your opinion, sufficient capacity right now to kind of address the rise in overdoses and overdose deaths?
Yeah, so in our conversations with them, the challenge is, I think, more in terms of, we talk a lot about reducing barriers to care. And unfortunately, COVID is putting up barriers to care. And it's how do we work through the barriers created by creating smaller groupings or having more distancing between people. This is a challenge that that they're noting and that we're working through. And so I think this harkens back to something that what I mentioned in the beginning, which is the lower we can get the virus, the fewer of these restrictions we'll need, and the better we'll be able to do with health. I think what you're highlighting, Councilwoman Fiedler, is another one of the tensions we're having. We have two health crises at the same time, and what's the balance between those two?
Thank you. I just have two more questions, and then I believe I'm done, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm cutting you off after that.
So thank you. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. As you know, I've worked very closely in the work group and forward with the restaurant community. So just looking at economic developments data, it looks like we have at minimum 950 full service restaurants, which is about 18,700 employees. with the recent closure or the recent announcement on restrictions, there's an additional 1 million in support through the Feed and Arundel partnership, which I think, you know, that is something that we talked about in the work group. So it was nice to see that that moved forward. And I think every little bit helps. When I hear $1 million, you know, that sounds like a lot to me. But then when you split it up over those 18,000 plus employees, and knowing that not all restaurants are going to be able to provide for their employees, that's like $52 per employee. So I just hope we keep that in mind. That's barely enough to get through a day. So obviously that's concerning. I have one quick question. I know Councilman Pickard shared a personal story. Has there been any information to identify why two people of the same age would have vastly different experiences? And I say this because there was a neighbor in my community who was sharing a COVID experience who did end up in the hospital. And then I have a fellow worker in the volunteer sector who was exposed by an acquaintance, did not have direct contact with the COVID person. They traveled together with masks frequently. She ended up with COVID, but only knew she was positive because she got tested out of a precaution. As she said, she was waiting to die, but never broke a fever. Same ages. So are there identifiers within someone's personal medical history that would make them more prone to have one kind of situation versus another?
That's a great question, Councilwoman Fiedler, and we're learning more. You know, some of the higher risk conditions that we know predispose people to worse outcomes. Or immunosuppressed. If they're immunosuppressed, if they have heart disease, diabetes, obesity. You know, we talk about that in the context of other conditions as well, because those predispose to worse outcomes across a range of factors. But there's also more that we just don't know about why, even within those categories or across those categories. Some people have more severe disease and some people have asymptomatic disease. There's still a lot we're learning, and we don't know that. And I think that's one of the challenges to communicate, is that any given person, we're not really sure what's going to happen to you. We hear stories of the really sick 20-year-old and the 80-year-old who did fine. But overall, when we look at the trends and we look at what happens to a representative sample of folks, we do see that if you have certain conditions, the ones I mentioned, you're more likely to do worse. If you're older, you're more likely to do worse. If you're a racial or ethnic minority, particularly one disadvantaged, you're more likely to do worse. But it doesn't explain what any given person necessarily will experience. And I think that's part of the challenge we have in talking and understanding about this, is that kind of distinction between an individual and what happens at a population level.
Thank you. And I yield. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Fiedler. Mr. Volke, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volke, District 3. Doctor, I'm not sure if you had a chance to review, but the Capital Gazette did an RSA yesterday where they talked about the decision the county executive had made, and they made some statements in there. I wanted to check a few things just to make sure I was understanding correctly. One of the comments they made is that only the governor can order cancellation of elective medical procedures. Is that the case?
Yes, that is the case, Councilman Volke. We don't have authority over the hospitals is at the state level, not at the county level.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. So looking at that and the fact that the governor has not decided to order a cancellation of elective medical procedures to free up hospital capacity, I want to talk about what are elective surgeries, because I heard you mention earlier what could be elective surgeries, including some pretty serious situations that people need to have that medical treatment or else could get much worse. One of the things that they noted in the article was, they said, quote, tummy tucks, breast augmentation, and other elective surgeries spike around the holidays, the insured wait to schedule procedures until after they've hit their deductibles toward the end of the year, paying less out of pocket for procedures. Is that a true statement?
Councilman, that is a true statement, but it is not relevant. And the reason I say that is those types of procedures tend to happen in surgical centers. They don't really impact upon hospital admission census at all. It's fairly rare for anybody to have sufficient complication to be hospitalized. So while those are certainly at the tail end of what is elective procedures, the ones that I was talking about are the ones relevant for hospital census.
Got it. Thank you very much. I want to switch over for a moment, Doctor, to contact tracing. I'd heard Councilwoman Hare ask you the question, and I just want to make sure I understand it. So the contact tracing at this point at the state level, because I understand that's where it's happening, is only trying to determine who the other contacts were, not necessarily getting additional contextual data like where individuals had gone or places that they'd been. Is that correct?
So there's a couple of pieces to that. One is what we're doing as a county.
Okay.
Because we are the ones doing all of the contact tracing for our county since day one. And then the second is the platform that we operate on, which is the shared set of questions. So from the state perspective, some of those questions have been eliminated to accommodate increased volume of people. From the county standpoint, and I did not mention this earlier, but I will mention it now, we are also pulling back on our contact tracing. For a couple of reasons. One is that contact tracing really is not effective for decreasing spread above a case rate of about 25. And we had also geared our contact tracing in terms of staffing to handle a case rate in the 30s. But as we approach 50, we simply don't have the staffing for it. And there are other activities that we need to do that are going to be more useful at this time. And so we will continue to provide case management support to everybody who's positive. And we're going to be tailoring our contact tracing to higher risk settings.
Thank you, Doctor. So Nathan Wilkie, District 3, to follow up on that, when was it that the county stopped doing the contact tracing where you were trying to find out where individuals had been to get the information about high risk locations?
So that question, I believe, is in mid-November. I don't have the exact date for you, but it was in mid-November.
Was it prior to Thanksgiving?
It was.
Okay. And so the reason I'm asking that is I just want to understand the figures that you're showing in terms of the high-risk locations and the concerns about family gatherings being a significant source of spread all predates Thanksgiving. So I've read and heard a lot about the Thanksgiving surge, but we don't actually have any data on that, do we?
Not from that, no.
Okay. When the contact tracing questions were being asked and individuals were being asked at the county level and then reported to the state about whether they had been in bars, restaurants, family gatherings, things like that, was one of the questions whether individuals had been to the casino?
I believe so. Give me 1 second and I will. Yes, it was. Gambling facilities was specifically the way we categorized it.
Okay. Would gambling facilities include anything other than the casino?
We have a very small number of facilities that have slot machines. I think from our standpoint, I'd have to dig in further to see exactly how that question was asked. So the data that we get is pulling together, just to get technical for a minute, a lot of the responses are in text version, so it requires some manual going through to categorize it. So I'd have to see how that information actually came in. But I would say that for our county, the casino is far and away has the greatest capacity.
Thank you. Doctor, how many ICU beds does the county have between the two facilities at Anne Arundel Medical Center and Baltimore Washington Medical Center?
Feel free. I don't want to misspeak. I will get back to you on that. We've talked with our hospital partners about their usual ICU capacity and then their expanded ICU capacity. And so I want to be able to answer accurately as to what is their baseline and what is their expanded capacity. So I will get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I had understood that Anne Arundel Medical Center has about 20 beds in their ICU under the 2019 licensure for the hospital, and Baltimore, Washington had 24, but then I think it may have expanded up and it may be somewhere in the 35 or 36 range at this point. I think they had another unit that they've converted so that they could create more ICU beds. So yeah, if you can get information on that, I'd appreciate it. And I think Councilwoman Hare had already asked the question I was going to ask you about breaking out the number of patients in the ICU who are COVID patients versus other types of medical treatment that's being provided. So I'm assuming that's kind of my question too. So if you can share that data with the whole council, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
And then I was also going to ask you, how this year do we look with the number of COVID cases? I know we've gotten a lot of information on that, but I've also heard a lot of people ask the question about the flu and how many cases of the flu we have this year. Do you have any information on how many flu cases are requiring hospitalization, whether acute or ICU this year?
So our flu hospitalizations are running much lower than what they have in previous years. And that is actually something that we saw in Southern Hemisphere countries over our summer, their winter, is that flu hospitalizations tended to run much lower than previous years.
Is there a reason for that?
I just want to add one thing, which is that our peak time of flu hospitalizations, though, hasn't come yet. That typically comes in January, February. So right now is the early stages of that. Sorry.
No, I appreciate that context. So then I guess my question would be, have the medical professionals been able to attribute that to anything? Is there something to which that lower rate of flu cases can be ascribed?
Yeah, it's a couple of things. One is that the actions that we are taking to mitigate COVID are effective against flu, or effective against really any of the range of respiratory illnesses that we typically see during cold and flu season. So we're not particularly surprised by that decrease. It's good to see that in the data. And the second is, and certainly we're not going to have information yet, but there's greater interest in flu vaccinations as well at this time.
Okay, thank you. Doctor, one of the things that you talked about earlier in your presentation was that indoor dining is one of the bigger concerns in terms of spread, and outdoor dining, when the flaps go down on the tent, that sort of creates indoor dining but with worse ventilation. So the question I would have is, was there any consideration by the administration to saying restaurants could continue to have outdoor dining provided that the flaps were up, and if it got uncomfortably cold and people aren't coming, then nobody would be sitting outside? Was that something that you all considered instead of a complete ban on indoor and outdoor dining?
That's the discussion that we had been having, and a lot of the planning had been around how to facilitate outdoor dining. The data that I shared was from July through November, and so even with, and we've all seen what the outdoor dining looked like. It really didn't involve tents until the last probably October, November. Even during the summer months, outdoor dining was still on the list. High on the list of locations people have been. We had been working to help with the zoning issues around tents and trying to work through that issue. But I think where we are at right now is that looking at what's feasible. Most of the restaurants want to bring those walls down because you can't sit outside in 40-degree weather. And so, how do you negotiate that from the Clean Air Act? Any tent structure that even has 4 walls is considered an indoor space, even if that wall is not down. And so a lot of our conversations were, if you want to be considered as outdoor for the Clean Air Act purposes, and this was from multiple conversations with the Maryland Department of Health, their structures had to not even be able to be closed. That really wasn't a starter for most facilities.
I understand that. I guess my concern is if a facility wanted to offer that option, and if patrons wanted to take on that option and sit outside, even if it's very cold, or if we're fortunate to have a mild winter, as I've heard we may, I guess I'm just not clear on why it is that that option was completely removed from any of these business owners and these restaurant owners to even give to patrons. The idea that it's completely shut down, even if you said tents are not an option. You know, you can sit outside, we'll put a heater next to your table, and people could choose to sit out there with jackets or not if they wanted to patronize the business. I guess I'm just not clear on why that was entirely taken away from business owners as an option when, if it's true outdoor dining without the tent even on top of it, it sounds like the risks are much lower. Still risks, but much lower. So I'm just curious if that was considered.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Trumbauer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chris Trumbauer with the County Exec's Office. Council member, since you're asking about the county executive's deliberations, I thought I'd jump in. Sure. so that the health officer isn't forced to answer all of them. I mean, we did have, I think, considerable discussions about how to handle outdoor dining. So I think what I hear you suggesting is, would it be possible to allow what I would call open air dining, throughout the winter? That is something that we've talked about. It's something we continue to talk about. The county executive is speaking with restaurant owners. We've talked to the chambers of commerce. We've talked to the restaurant association. So I just want to make sure you understand that we did discuss all of these options, as Dr. Kalyan alluded to. We went through a bunch of scenarios, and where we ended up in the executive order that was signed last week is taking, I think, what everyone would agree is an aggressive action, because we want to arrest the surge. We want to stop that exponential increase, and then once that happens, then we can talk about starting to mitigate the actions that we took. We continue to talk to restaurant owners, so I mean that's something that we'll continue to explore. Whether open air dining or however we want to call it, could be conducted safely. But we'll do that in consultation with the health officer and other public health officials. But I did want to assure you that there were lots of conversations about that and the pros and cons. And one of the main concerns was the clarity over what indoor dining versus outdoor dining is. Can you have a tent? Can you not have a tent? Can you have one flap down? Can you have two flaps down? And we want to make sure that whatever we decide, it is understandable and it's easy to convey, so that we don't create additional confusion to an industry that's already clearly impacted by this pandemic.
Mr. Trummer, I appreciate that. I guess my quick follow-up to your statement then would be this. Did the restaurants and other associations and commerce groups that you talked to indicate that they would prefer a complete closure of all indoor and outdoor facilities instead of giving them the flexibility to have outdoor open air dining?
I mean, I don't want to characterize those conversations, and I was not personally involved in them. It was the county executive and in some cases the CAO. But I think most of the conversations, I would say, I mean, the industry, they don't want to be closed down, right? I mean, they know we're in a pandemic. I think they knew something was coming because the county executive had been talking about it for a while. I think they were appreciative of the calls and the discussions, but I can't characterize whether them as an aggregate group wanted a certain thing or not. I think you'd have to talk to individual members.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm trying to understand the context of your remarks then and everything that you said previously. If you weren't in the discussion, county exec was, these things, we had all these discussions with these groups, but we don't know what anybody said. It's hard for me to understand exactly what the calculus was then, other than there were a lot of meetings and we don't know quite what was said in those meetings, which I think makes it hard for us as the council to then look at those actions and say they make a lot of sense. I mean, it's hard for us to go back to business owners and say, you should be, looking at what the county executive is doing and saying, this is a good move, because we have no context for that.
Well, Madam Chair, if I may.
You may, and then I think we'll move on to the next.
Thank you. So Council Member, I was responding to your question on whether we discussed doing outdoor dining versus open air dining. So my answer was yes, we discussed the hell out of it, right? I did not interpret your question to be what did so-and-so say or that. So I apologize if I misread your question, but I was just trying to convey to the council that these decisions are a heavy burden and lots of discussions and deliberations occurred before that they were announced, and that they continue to be discussed and deliberated. There was a meeting among top staff this morning at 9:30, which I couldn't be a part of, but talking continually about this. So that's what I wanted to convey, that we take these seriously. We do put time and effort into them.
All right.
I have additional questions, Madam Chair, but I'm happy to.
I'd appreciate it. Okay, if you could hold them. I'm just thinking that it's 11:30. I know that Ms. McQuaid has to leave at noon when we eventually get to talking about bills. So let's go through other colleagues and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Volke. Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Radvian, District 6. I just have a couple questions and then a couple, suggestions / comments. My very first one is one that came from a constituent regarding COVID testing. This was not testing provided by the health department. This was testing provided by, a private entity. I don't know if it was at a pharmacy or at a urgent care center, but her experience just surprised me. And it was that when she went to get a test with both herself and her daughter, a child, like a maybe 8 or 9 year old child, they were asked to administer the swab themselves. Is this typical? Is this advisable? And does this produce accurate test results? Because I've had the test maybe 5 times now. Every single time was administered at by the health department personnel. And it is something I don't know that I could have done myself, just because, you do have to kind of get that swab way up in your sinuses. So I'm just curious to hear your thoughts about that practice.
Sure, Councilwoman Rabian. That is actually one of the ways that it can be done. So there's different tests, and each of those tests have parameters for how you can use them. The ones that allow for monitored self-administration are a way to decrease a little bit of the risk that the healthcare worker is experiencing by being, up close, while still allowing for supervision to make sure that the technique was good by the person doing their own testing, and a way to get around the fact that there really isn't very good at-home testing at this point. It certainly does exist, but it's not rapid and it requires a mail-in. So that is, without knowing what the test is, it is a way that some tests are designed to allow supervised swabbing.
And you consider it, it would be considered a reliable result?
It would have to be read in the context of the person doing it. So we expect that when somebody is doing their own swabbing, they're not going to be as good at it. And that just has to be factored into whatever the results are and decisions that are made from that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. My second question is about something you mentioned with respect to the Annapolis testing site. And I assume that you mean on Truman Parkway at the health department
Sure.
having to be moved on January 1st. Did I understand that correctly? And can you tell me more about that?
Sure. So, Councilwoman, our testing site in Annapolis is at Truman Parkway at essentially the parking lot of
I guess Rec and Parks.
Rec and Parks. Well, we have some offices there as well. So Rec and Parks ourselves, the Mental Health Agency, PCYF. There's some electrical work that's scheduled that's long overdue to be done. It's going to take months. We've also had some traffic issues in that area. Certainly that we saw that before Thanksgiving. And so we both need and want to move from that site for a number of reasons. And so we're working on that as we speak, ideally to make it even a little bit more accessible in terms of roads and access to it. We are not going to discontinue testing. So I can assure you that. We're just trying to figure out where that's a better location to do the testing.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, and then lastly, I just have a couple suggestions. I read the newspaper. I read multiple newspapers every day. I've, seen all kinds of reports and information about COVID. So I really try and keep on top of it. So I understand what's going on, and I understand, how the actions that, we're taking as a county, how actions that the state is taking, impact us. But even with all of the sort of monitoring that I do on my own just to keep abreast of the topic, I have to say that the projections that you shared today sort of drove it home to a different level for me in terms of understanding where we are at. I can sort of look at the bare case numbers and see that, okay, things are heading in the wrong direction. But as the vast majority of us are not in the hospitals and are not really seeing, and don't necessarily look at those projections. I guess my thought was, is there a way to share those projections with the public? Especially at a time when we really are asking people, especially, we've had a lot of conversation about business owners, about restaurant owners. They are, and their employees are bearing a very heavy brunt of this burden in the absence of any sort of federal aid at this point. So I feel like we owe them the most thorough explanation as possible for the actions that we're taking, that we're asking them to take. Would it be possible to include possibly the projections, and all of them, the optimistic, the moderate, and the worst case scenario projections, and share those in a format, similar to the format that you shared the other data on the dashboard, the hospitalizations, the test rates, because I think that would help people understand this is what we're trying to avoid. This is what's at stake. And in that same, along that same vein, I know that I think it's on the recovery dashboard, there's information about the hospital capacity, but I feel like there's still it's still a little bit, not intentionally, but it's misleading. I think still many people are thinking of hospital capacity in terms of number of beds. And, maybe that worked in the spring when we were able to pull staff from other parts of the country. But I think in terms of communicating to the public, when they see that line, that this is the target capacity, I think is 75% on those charts, that, oh, look, we're kind of hanging right around that target capacity. And that means we have 25% capacity still available. I think that doesn't register as any sort of urgency. It says, oh, okay, we're okay. We still, our hospitals are not bursting at the seams. Yet what I'm hearing, at least on the ground, sort of anecdotally, does not match with there's still, that there's still room and there's still vacant beds in the hospital. So I just maybe finding a way to communicate that more clearly to the public. And please correct me if my characterization isn't accurate, but I think when we're asking people to take, the measures, I'm just going to admit one of my favorite restaurants on West Street closed this week. I was crushed when, I couldn't order takeout from there because I'm trying to, support all of the places that are really struggling right now. When we're asking them to bear that heavy burden, the more information that we can provide as to why this is. And even, stories like my colleague, Councilwoman Pickard, personal stories, I think really have an impact as well. And I know that's, involves privacy that, the health department can't take on its own, but just conveying that message to people so people really understand that this is not, this is not people playing games. I've heard ridiculous theories about, oh, this is, some sort of power play or something. It's ridiculous, but I think people, and I think it's partly because we need to really convey how dire things are and how much more dire they could be if we don't take these measures. Those spikes that you showed me, going well beyond what the state capacity can hold is extremely alarming to me. And I think people need to have that same sense of alarm to feel like, okay, this action really does matter and it does make a difference. So anyway, that's just my suggestion. I think you're doing an awesome job of communicating a lot of the data that you already are doing. And I think it's very helpful. But if there's, if there's more, especially on those areas, the capacity and, the projections.
Mm-hmm. So
and that's what
I hear you. We will be sharing those projections, the the information I shared today, we will share with the public. And then the point you make about hospital capacity is one that we struggle with. It's a lagging indicator. If hospitals have a number of mechanisms to try to keep that number stable, the challenge is that those stabilizing mechanisms come with costs, as we discussed earlier. And so if we start to see that number really bend in one direction or another, it's almost too late. That means they've exhausted their resources. And so I think it's a challenge, but that's our job, is to try to communicate that about it. So I hear your point, and thank you for sharing it.
Thank you. Thank you for taking it.
Mr. Pruski, and then I'll call on Ms. Pickard, Mr. Volke, and Ms. Fiedler in that order, in the goal that we will kind of wrap this up at 12:05. It'll have been 90 minutes of questions, and we do have other things we should go on to. We'll have to take our 10-minute break then. So with that, Mr. Pruski, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Councilman Pruski, District 4. Thank you, Dr. K and the administration for providing the information. Certainly, I did have a conversation finally with the county executive last night to understand his rationale and also some of the data. I think that's one thing that Ms. Rodvian pointed out. I think we need to be transparent, but also increase communication with people about why the decision is made. Because certainly you are impacting people's lives economically, but also we got to talk about the health aspect. So it goes in both ways, but certainly I think we need to increase that communication. I do want to highlight a couple things though, and these are just suggestions. Of course, I think this is what would be helpful. And then I do have one question. First of all, I know we announced a 4-week period. I would strongly suggest that after 2 weeks, we provide an update. Again, I know we're all in the number of predicting and data, and we kind of see a trend, but if there's a possible way that these counts came down or something changed, we revisit that. And I know that's been said, but a lot of people have a confusion piece that 4 weeks, nothing else, this could turn to 8 weeks, 9 weeks. We really need to be clear about that with the messaging, because that sends a message to our businesses, to our individuals, our families, other things on that. And then also, I have an ice rink that's closed in my district. It's the only one closed in the state. And I understand the group activities, right? Obviously, there's been some studies with the CDC or other things. But when one person's figure skating, I think that's something we really need to look at. And we have individuals that pay a lot of money to do that. And I didn't realize that. I'm meeting with the owner today to kind of get some more information. But I asked you to take a closer look at that in terms of how we make the decision, whether it's open or not open. I get it in terms of the organized activities, but maybe if it's limited, and I know there's a suggestion earlier brought by Councilwoman Hare to consider that. So again, I just want you to take a closer look at that, because when we make a broad decision, sometimes we see these instances where it's not really, like if a fitness gym can be open and there's one figure skater on an ice, again, you get my point. Last but not least, and this is, I guess, a question, you may or may not have data on it. I frequently hear this from people, and a lot of it is a misnomer, but some of it's true, right? I'm going to go to Charles County. I'm going to go dining. I'm going to drive my kid to Virginia and play soccer. Right now, I have people, driving to Hartford County and other places. So my question is, and this is something and this is a difficult question, right? We certainly have to do something. We're having these. But if there's certain behaviors we know that people are going to do, are our actions really going to make a difference, right? Is there any data or anything out there that is showing, and maybe you found it for contact tracing, these work groups with people, but are you seeing that at all, that just some people aren't going to follow? I mean, there are people that don't wear masks. I can tell you certain parts of the county because I've been there, they just won't. And that's unfortunate because they're really hurting people. But overall, though, I'm just curious with the contact tracing and other things, if you had any comments on that. Because again, I think that's important as far as the discussion, to tell people when we really say you should stay home, take a break, right? It's going to be 4 hard weeks. Let's try and do this together. But then on the other end, are they going to go ahead and do it and they're going other places? So I'd like you to comment that, and thank you for your time.
Yeah, Councilman Pruski, whether we make guidelines or put restrictions in place, we know that some portion of people won't adhere to them. But what we do find is that when those actions are put into place, we do see the effect of them, because a large majority of people do go along with that. So we've certainly heard about, you mentioned masks or people, driving to another county. That happens, but all the people who would have done that, that's only a small proportion. And so I say that, and also we see data from that. We see data from what the effect of these restrictions are. I showed one example for Michigan. Now, of course, it's a state. It's a little harder to drive across the state line. Be that as it may, even in our county in late July when we put some restrictions into place, and there was far less cohesion amongst the counties, we saw the effects. We saw the effects occur about two and a half weeks later, around when we thought it would. So there is good evidence that it works. Even things like mask mandates. We've seen some studies from other states where some counties did it and counties didn't, and they saw case rates and hospitalizations go down. I think our challenge is that because it's a public health intervention, it counts up large populations, but we know that each of those populations has a wide range of people, right? And so while we certainly hear some of those stories, the broad effects are really there when we put those actions into place.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple questions, but first I wanted to comment on my colleague's reference to Feed Anne Arundel. And it's my understanding that Feed Anne Arundel and the $1 million is more about food insecurity than it is about keeping restaurants open. So I just wanted to make sure we understood what that $1 million was really for. I mean, we only have a small of the 950 dine-in restaurants, we only have about 60 that participate in Feed Anne Arundel. So it's not meant to be it's meant to really tackle food insecurity. But with that, I'll move on. Dr. Kay, you and I had a conversation on Friday regarding testing, and that the health department was starting to provide some rapid testing. I don't need you to answer this today in the reference to time, but is it possible for the health department or the administration to give some information to the public about which test certain people should take for which reasons? You and I had a very detailed conversation about that, and I wasn't taking notes myself. So, but it was very clear to me that the rapid testing is good for XYZ, and the regular testing you are providing is good for ABC. And if we could make sure that the 7 of us and the administration could work to educate the public as much as possible, it would be helpful. So we don't need to get into those details now. The other thing I wanted to know about the vaccination rollout, is that being coordinated at the state level, or will the county be involved in having to make individual county decisions?
So Councilwoman Pickard, we do have information up on our website about rapid testing, and I will share that about who should get it and who shouldn't. Around the vaccines part, that's being coordinated by the state with the county's input. It's a fairly lengthy answer, but the short part of it is that hospitals and nursing homes are being managed by the state, and a lot of the other categories at present moment we will have vaccine distributed to the local health departments to manage vaccinating those other groups, healthcare workers, first line responders, that sort of thing. So it gets a little harder to talk beyond that because there's still some shift and movement on who is in the priority category, and that hasn't been fully nailed down yet. And that's at a state level.
Okay, the priority categories have been determined at the state level.
They're being determined, and our intention is to use that so that we can focus more on vaccinating and less on, and not create disparities between counties and opportunities for confusion.
Sure, thank you. Allison Pickard, D2, real quick with that. As vaccine doses are rolled out across the country, we see the county, the state, is it months, is it a year that we'll be hitting the general population, or what, do we have any sense of where we are with that?
Councilwoman, the estimates are sometime in the spring to early summer. It's just hard to know for 2 reasons. We don't know the distribution schedule of the vaccines. We know how many doses they say they have, but we don't know when that translates to when we get it. The other is that it takes time to do these vaccinations. And we're going to have to see how we have ideas and we have plans for doing it, but we have to see, how quickly that actually moves, not just by us, but by everybody who has the capacity to vaccinate. So it gets a little fuzzy to nail down a timeline past about a couple of months now.
Okay, thank you. So the state is at least dedicated to coordinating statewide about vaccinations, whether they're interested in tackling statewide restrictions and mitigation at this point is up in the air still, but at least they're going to coordinate with everybody about the vaccination. That's helpful.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. I just want to make a comment before I start my questions. Mr. Pruski, I heard that Governor Hogan, I think the other day, said we have somewhere around 96% mask compliance in the state of Maryland. If you know places in the county where they are not wearing masks, I would be happy to go there with you, because everywhere I go, I see people wearing masks, and I haven't seen that be a major problem. So I think that's a bit of a red herring argument. But if you know places, I want to go there. Because I would be interested to see that. I just haven't, and I've been all over the county. I do want to ask you, Dr. K, the projections that you showed, it looks like on slide 21, which are the state hospital projections from December 5th of this year. I know that you probably didn't put these together by yourself. I know you recognize that some of these projections were done by folks at Hopkins and some other institutions. With that said, the question I have about these is, looking at where the peak is anticipated to be, it appears the peak is definitely somewhere in mid to late January, maybe even early February. So getting back to the question that Councilman Pruski was asking earlier about how long these restrictions are going to happen for business owners and giving them more of a heads up on where things are going, I guess I'm struggling to understand if we are seeing that our own projections are telling us it's going to be more than 4 weeks from now when we hit the peak. What in the world makes us think that 4 weeks from now we're somehow going to be able to tell these restaurant owners we have relief? Because I was in District 6 over the weekend having dinner at a restaurant, and my waiter was a couple minutes late to come out to the table, because when he came out, he said, "I apologize for being late, but I was in the back. They were telling me how I was going to be laid off for at least the next 4 weeks." He was at least optimistic that maybe 4 weeks from now they'd be back in work. But I'm not seeing how that's possible based on these projections. Even in your worst case scenario, all the projections sort of hit the peak at the same place. So anything you can add on that, I'd appreciate, because I know there are a lot of people who are basing their livelihoods on the idea that it's only going to be 4 weeks, and I just don't see it.
Councilman, these projections are what happens if we don't take action. And so what we're looking at, what we'll be looking at in the data over the next 4 weeks, really every day, is when does our case rate start to change, right? The hospitalizations won't change first, but if we see that our case rate is changing, that tells us that our hospitalizations are not going to come off of that line that you're seeing in those projections. So I don't want us to think that that's baked in, right? Like that's exactly what we're trying to avoid, is for that to come true. And so over the next few weeks, and it's gonna, the restrictions don't take effect until tomorrow, but we started talking about them last week. And that has an important messaging component to let people know that it is important to pay even that much more attention to it. It typically takes a few weeks for that case rate to bend down, and that pushes us directly into the holidays. So the answer is, I don't know what the data is going to look like. I sincerely hope that we see our case rate stop its rise and start to come down as fast as possible. That is our goal. And the reason to act now before it gets to that point is that the sooner you act, not only do you save more lives, but also the shorter you have to act, because you catch that curve before it started to go too fast upwards. And that's another piece of why it's really imperative to act now before we get too deep down this path.
So I appreciate that, Doctor. And I guess my follow-up to that would be, I heard on the radio this morning that it sounds like 155,000 healthcare workers in the state of Maryland should be vaccinated by the end of this month. That was what I'd heard on the radio. I don't know if you have any insight to that or not. How do these projections take into effect the vaccination of healthcare workers, which then could help to a certain degree? Because one of the concerns I've heard about ICU isn't just bed capacity, it's staffing capacity. And the idea that there are people who are specially trained to be in the ICU, but because they've been exposed, they're in quarantine, there are other reasons that they can't be there. So how does that factor into these projections, particularly from December 5th, which may predate the approval of the drug by the FDA that Pfizer's put together that is now coming down as the vaccine?
Councilman, these projections don't factor in the vaccination, mainly because, one, at that time, they weren't approved, though we did know the schedule of certainly the Pfizer hearing. But the second is there really isn't a good sense of how many doses will actually be administered to people. One of the key parts is that herd immunity requires close to 80% of the population to be immunized, but the numbers that we're talking in terms of healthcare workers represents less than 5% of the population. And while that is going to be helpful, absolutely, it's not going to be enough in the short time span that we're talking about for when we would see the peak hospitalizations. And I think that's kind of the key part of this, is that if we can make it through this period of time into February, March, when we have more vaccines out there administered, we'll be in a better position. But we don't anticipate being able to vaccinate nearly enough people in the next month and a half to seriously deflect the projections that we're on right now.
Thank you, Dr. K.
Thank you.
Mr. Volke, did you have one more question? I'd like to move on to Ms. Fiedler so we can wrap up for the 90-minute break. You're good. Okay, I see a thumb. That's good. Ms. Fiedler, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to make a quick comment about Feed Anne Arundel and the discussion that happened, because Ms. Pickard is correct. The discussion took place during our work group when we were meeting. I think it was a suggestion actually initiated by Councilman Pruski, and everyone in the work group really liked the idea of partnering the need for food in secure communities with businesses. And I suggested going even beyond that, and this goes beyond government, but having churches who participate in winter relief, kind of partnering with a local restaurant and supporting them in that way. So Ms. Pickard is correct, but I think it's important in context. I wasn't just talking about restaurants. So I did want to ask the health officer. So in the course of the past 7-8 months, we have anticipated positive cases after Memorial Day and 4th of July and Thanksgiving. Do we anticipate those same positive case increases for Christmas and New Year's that are just a week apart?
Yes, we do, Councilwoman. And our challenge is that in the context of the rapidly rising case rate, it actually, we saw during Thanksgiving, we saw that there was actually some decreased testing, and so it actually halted our case rate rise, and that picked right back up after testing. People started getting testing again the week following. So we expect there will actually be a slowdown in the case rate, mainly because we're not detecting it from testing.
Okay, and without doing the contact tracing at this point, can we assume that that rise in cases would be because of private gatherings?
Councilwoman, it's going to be because of a variety of factors. I think that's our challenge, is that each facet contributes a small portion, but when you add them all up, you get where we are today. Family gatherings will certainly be a part of it, particularly in the context of the changes that we're talking about that are going to go into effect tomorrow. I think this is our challenge, is that when we have such wide spread of the virus, it becomes harder for us from a public health capacity to be able to direct as many resources as we need to everywhere. There's a demand for more testing, there's a demand for more contact tracing, there's a demand for vaccination, and unfortunately, from the contact tracing standpoint, it's just not effective at these case rates in really slowing down transmission. You know, it's a tool, and each tool has the right setting for it. I wish I had a better answer for you. You know that we've spent a lot of time and effort to build it out, but like any other tool, it has its time and its moment.
Understood. And a follow-up question, Amanda Fiedler, District 5. If we have now restricted dine-in, dine-out to only curbside, could we estimate that an increase in cases in 4 weeks would not be from dine-in, dine-out if we haven't permitted it for 4 weeks? And I'm just trying to get an idea of 2 weeks like Councilman Pruski suggested, or 4 weeks if we've basically all but eliminated one entire sector from what we're looking at, and we still see a rise in cases. Would it be possible to revisit going back? I think I'm just reiterating the questions that have been asked, but I'm trying to understand in the context of the holidays, the increased projections, and then private businesses being closed.
Yeah, Councilman. So we think of it a little bit differently. It's more a question of we know that every activity, every business has some risk associated with it, but they're not the same risks. Some activities have greater risk, some have lesser risk. Our goal in these actions is to decrease our risk enough without hitting everything. And to decrease it enough to change the trajectory that we're on. If we don't see enough improvement in 4 weeks, I can't predict what we'll have to do, but it doesn't mean that these weren't effective. It means that they were not effective enough. Because we do know that these are the types of activities when we see them in other contexts and they're studied, that these kind of changes are effective. And I shared the Michigan data with you. Do I anticipate that these will have an effect? Yes, that's why we put them into place. But I don't want to speculate too much beyond that because that's why we're relying on the data.
Thank you.
This is Sarah Lacey, D1. I actually do have a question also. When did we learn, or when could we have predicted that contact tracing would become ineffective? So earlier when you said that it's not effective above a case rate of about 25, trying to understand when did we know this, or could we have predicted this from the rate of increase that we had seen and the number of personnel that we sort of knew that we had, the resources we had available to figure that out?
So Councilman, that's something that we've been talking about since the summer. Is that contact tracing, much like all of our other tools, has certain parameters in which it works, and one of those is that if spread is going on fast, contact tracing, the best way to think about it is contact tracing is like a butterfly net. If you have a couple of butterflies, you're going to catch them. If you have 10,000 butterflies, it's not going to be as effective anymore. And that's not because it's not an effective tool. It's just you're using it in the wrong setting. And so we knew that as the case rate went higher, contact tracing just becomes is just not able to slow down the spread enough, and then you need more systemic solutions like what we're talking about now. We continued, like I said, we continue to do it in modified version because there are certain settings where it is still applicable. Homeless shelters, congregate settings, nursing homes, families. It still matters. It's just that it's not going to be effective at the county level of slowing down that trajectory.
Okay, my second question was, are you aware of any data showing major impact or difference on the spread of respiratory droplets in an indoor dining setting where, if people are, obviously when you're actually in that moment of, taking a bite and chewing or, swallowing a drink, whether through a straw or a cup, if at all other times than those, a person was able to cover their face, whether, napkin, fabric, whatever, just the principle of being able to cover their face in between those active acts of eating and drinking, would that make a significant difference in an indoor restaurant setting?
Councilman, I think it would make some difference. I don't know if it would make enough difference. Their recommendation has always been to mask when you weren't actively eating or drinking, but I think functionally that becomes difficult. That's sort of been the challenges, that the reality of pulling your mask on and off. People just don't do that. I don't know how to we don't know how to require that. We were really pushing on that in the beginning, but that was just deemed impractical. That's not how people behave.
Right. Well, thank you. I don't have any other questions. It's 12:04. We are going to take our recess for our captioner. I guess it just turned to 12:05. We'll come back at 12:15 p.m. and hear from Mr. Ald, and then we'll get into bills. So we are in recess. Madam Secretary, since it is 12:17 and we were returning at 12:15, I want to make sure, I guess, I know you'll call the roll, but I'm just trying to plan, and we might as well plan out loud instead of over text. So everybody knows what's going on.
Okay.
So I guess now would be a good time to call the roll, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. Ms. Fiedler,
Present.
Ms. Rodvian,
Present.
Ms. Hare is absent. Ms. Pickard,
Present.
Mr. Volke is absent. Mr. Pruski,
Still here.
Ms. Lacey.
Present.
Madam Chair, we have 5 council members present. Ms. Hare and Mr. Volke are absent.
Okay, and for planning purposes, I believe some of my colleagues who are still here need to leave at particular times. I have that Ms. Pickard, you might need to leave at noon, and Ms. Fiedler at 1 p.m. Is that right?
Madam Chair, Allison Pickard, I need to leave at 1. Thank you.
Oh, 1 o'clock. Okay. Well, good. That makes it a little bit easier. So what we will do is have our last presentation from the library and Mr. Ald, and we'll move into the bills, but we're going to rearrange them to accommodate schedules as best I can. So I think we're ready for Mr. Ald.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I know you had a kind of a marathon session this morning, so I will move quickly through my own presentation. I am Skip Auld, Chief Executive Officer for Anne Arundel County Public Library. I very much appreciate the opportunity to be here. Council Chair Lacey, Council Vice Chair Rodvian, and Council members. We want to talk to you today, or I want to talk to you today about how the library system is serving our community throughout this crisis. Next slide, please. Next, thank you. So just a quick timeline, and if you'll read this in a clockwise circular way, we closed the library system on March the 13th. We created a plan for reopening, and we had about 100 of our 300 to 400 staff members working straight through doing the planning. We immediately started virtual programs. So we had story times pretty much every day, bilingual story times starting right up. We had movie nights, trivia night. We had all kinds of programs that switched over completely from in-person to completely virtual. All staff returned on June the 1st so that we could prepare for a curbside service, which has become our core model of service. From July the 6th until August the 16th, we were open at a limited capacity of 25% of the building capacity. But that period became highly difficult for any number of reasons. And so we dropped it back for a while to figure out how to go to an appointment model. That was in place from September the 8th, until yesterday. And as of today, we are dropping back again for 1 month to suspend our in-person appointments. We are planning to set up computer use by allowing people to borrow laptops from the library and use them out in the parking lots. We also, in the early phase in March, April, and May, and June, we expanded Wi-Fi to all of our parking lots. So we boosted the signal and added signals at every one of the libraries. Next slide, please. So actually, let's just go to the next slide because there's several different things that we're doing. I just want to kind of go through these slides quickly. The virtual programs, as I mentioned, we're just like you, we're doing Zoom meetings, Zoom programs. We have special story times. I think on the right there, you see a young child. I think that's watching Mr. Steve from the Broadneck Library, and all kinds of great programming that is happening. So in some ways, we're reaching audiences that we had not reached, even though our overall numbers have dropped significantly because we're, for the most part, doing a single program at a time and on any given day rather than having programs at all 16 of our locations. Next slide, please. I mentioned the curbside pickup model. That has been very, very important to our community. And by the way, I want to mention a couple of things that we have. We've just ordered about 600 of these launch pads that you can see. These are really valuable resources that can be used for mainly for children who are learning how to read rather than reading to learn, at that stage of life. We also have Wi-Fi hotspots. We got about 50 of these that our Library Foundation was able to make happen for us. They are being paired with Chromebooks in addition to a couple hundred that our foundation had been able to provide to us before. So overall, if you want to get something from the library, you can get it from us. A number of the library systems nearby have even eliminated curbside pickup during this heavy surge in the pandemic right now. Next slide, please. This is at Westfield Mall on the parking deck up above where Discovery's, the library at the mall is. We began doing sunset story times that have been in-person story times. I don't know that we'll be able to keep those going through this period, but we may be able to do some of these type of socially distanced in-person programs. These have been very successful. There's been tremendous creativity and innovation on the part of our staff to do all kinds of things. Next slide, please. At several of our libraries, we created story walks. I know one day I was down at the Deal Library and was looking at the story walks. They're set up in both English and Spanish in many, if not all cases. And it's just another way to reach people and give families a way to have other experiences as we're all living through this horrific pandemic. Next slide, please. Take and make crafts. Again, a lot of this was provided by our Library Foundation. Science crafts, science activities, all types of things are being provided and made available when people come to pick up their books or DVDs or books on CD, whatever they're checking out, they can get these take and make crafts, which have been very popular. Next. At our Discoveries Library, we had caterpillars metamorphizing into butterflies, and we had it in sort of a window science. They created it, and as we were having appointments, people could come in and see this. This was actually placed in the windows so that people walking by along the aisles in the mall could see that. And then we've been doing something new as well, which is creating these book packs, which are great. A lot of times people are checking out these packs of books of they're not just children's. So sometimes they're adult book packs, and somebody calls us and says that they really want to get some mysteries or some science fiction, and we can create these packs of a dozen or so books, and people check them out. They might not be things they would have pulled from the shelves before. We've had a number of people say, "Wow, I discovered new authors," and just a very positive experience people have had with that. Next slide. I mentioned the Chromebook and Wi-Fi hotspots. We started with 50, again, funded by the foundation, and I believe right now we're adding another 43. There is a waiting list for these, just as there's a waiting list for the Wi-Fi hotspots themselves. But again, it's another way we can try to help people connect. As you know, the digital divide is alive and I'll say unwell in our county. And we're trying to do what we can to play a small part in helping people get connected. Next slide. Okay, what I want to do, there's a couple of items there. I picked out some statements from each of the 7 council districts, from different libraries at each district. So I want to just read a couple of things, and I emailed this to you at council so you have an even greater breadth of it. Some of these comments I cannot read because I'll just tear up and start crying in the middle of reading them. But let me read you some of these. At the Odenton Library, we had a program called New Voters and New Voices, a virtual program. The person sent, these are, we keep a customer impact log. That's where I'm getting these quotations from. The person said, my US citizenship interview went well, and I was scheduled for the oath ceremony to become a citizen last week. As of this past Wednesday afternoon, I'm now officially a US citizen. Thank you for running the webinar and for the great information. That's from the Odenton Library. Eastport Annapolis, Annapolis Neck Library, a librarian helped a customer set up a Zoom account so she could communicate with her husband, who is in a Veterans Administration nursing home. This person, so the staff member helped with the first Zoom meeting with her husband, and now they were doing this every Friday with help from the staff and technology. She said, "Thank you, I haven't seen my husband since March." Another one, the Deal Library, a staff member wore her clear mask to help a person who was hearing impaired, and the person said and signed, "Thank you very much. I appreciate the mask." Another person from Mountain Road Library said, "I need to know who does the hiring here. They always seem to get the nicest people." We also, and then our comment back was, "We believe we have the nicest customers too." Now that was from Mountain Road, but we have them really, you could get that comment just about anywhere. A couple more I want to read. This is from Brooklyn Park Library. "It's hard to find an affordable printer for sale these days, and I don't need one the way I did when I was in college. So this is really helpful to me. I think this service is a big deal." Glen Burnie, our customer, was grateful that we were able to get a DVD for her, which she needed to view for her college class. And we got that DVD through interlibrary loan. She couldn't believe how quickly it arrived. And finally, from Broadneck Library, a person brought a card and a vase of flowers and 3 children's drawings of people in the library. The person said, "Thank you for being awesome. You guys go above and beyond to continue serving our community, our family. We're so grateful. Thank you for all the books you shelve and put on hold, the calls you answer, and the smiles, even though they're masked smiles for now. You really do make our community a brighter place." And she said, this card ended by saying, with full hearts and full bookshelves. So I just wanted to give you a flavor of what your constituents and our customers are receiving from the library. We continue to have the best staff in the state, trying to do the best service we possibly can. Next slide, please. This issue of happenings, I hope that all of you have received this at home in the mail. For the first time in the history of this library system, we mailed to all 220 households an issue of happenings. We know that the community college, recreation and parks, Maryland Hall, they send out these printed documents to their customers. And we have for a long time wanted to do this. This is a pilot project, again, funded by our foundation, and we really are glad. So if hopefully you've received it, hopefully you've picked it up and read it, and you'll be able to find programs that you'll want to attend or your family will want to attend over the next few months. Next slide. Okay, next slide. We did have an opening of the Michael E. Bush Annapolis Library on July 22nd. We didn't open with the fanfare that we had hoped. I know that we've brought a few of you into the library for a tour, and we want to make that tour available to all of you, partly because when we open the new Riviera Beach Library in 2 years, and then when we open the new Glen Burnie Library in 4 or 5 years, we want you to see what modern libraries in our county are. This is just a fantastic library. Got a few slides with photos, and then we'll wrap up. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is right in the kind of looking at the community living room, which you get to right after you walk in, and it's looking out toward West Street. Next slide. And this is back in the children's room, looking again back out toward West Street. On the left, where you see the wooden structure on the top by the windows, that's where the Foundation Cafe is. This library has 222 computer-controlled windows that are controlled to shade when the sun is coming in as the sun goes over the building. These are computer controlled to the season and to the day of the year in terms of where the Earth is in its axis. The library also has something like 80 geothermal wells, so the heating and cooling is geothermal. There's electric vehicle charging stations outside. Heavy use of recycled materials, achieved a LEED gold rating. So this is a tremendous, fantastic library. Next slide. This is kind of in the center in some ways between the adult area and the children's area. What you're looking at here is what we call a tinker zone, where we have a sewing machine. We have a couple of those. We have, once we get up and running and in person and fully back in business, we're just going to have people really learning a lot from this space. Other places call it a maker space. We call it a tinker zone. And behind it, beyond that colorful flooring that you see there, is the teen area. Next slide. This is part of the teen area where we have a bunch of computers, and you can look out on that lawn. There's lots of great views from inside the building looking out. That lawn is looking out toward West Street. Formerly was just to the left as you drove in. Now we've moved our entire entrance to the library to another place. But next slide, please. Okay, this is the final slide, and I just want to mention that on January 8th, which is a Friday, just about a month from now, our library system will turn 100 years old. In other words, on January the 8th of 1921, we opened a library on Duke of Gloucester Street in City Hall. They gave us space to have a library. It eventually moved out to Reynolds Tavern, and it moved to West Street Reynolds Tavern in 1936, and to West Street, where we are now, in 1965. I also want a heads up because on December the 6th of 2023, that will be the 100th anniversary of when the Glen Burnie Library opened in the Masonic Lodge. So we have a couple of years of celebration. We're going to take a full year to celebrate this 100th anniversary. Among other things, we're launching a campaign to raise funding to help make the library better. We're calling it $100 for 100 years. So we're seeking donations that way to our foundation. This completes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer questions. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Auld. It's great to hear from you, and it's all very exciting what you just presented to us. So I will recognize my colleagues for questions. Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Auld, good to see you. Appreciate the ongoing communication and help in the 5th District. So my only question is, I saw the children's bundle of books, and I know that we had talked before about members of the community, if they had a particular interest, that they could possibly be presented a collection of books to choose from curbside. Is that something that's being included in this curbside service, or is it only online for a curbside pickup?
Actually, it is being included. Anybody who calls the library can talk with the librarian and set up a series of books to pick up. So in other words, any of your constituents can get on the phone, call our library, or actually do it through chat. We initiated a new chat service, which is being used very heavily now too. Just get on there, start a conversation, say, I'd really like to get a bunch of books to look through, because when we're not available for appointments like we are starting today for the next month, you just can't go in and walk through and do this on your own. So it's a real issue for a lot of people. So yeah, just tell us what kinds of things you want. We can bring out 10, 20, 30 books, just a bunch of them, and set it up so that you can kind of browse through, and we can do it on a repeated basis. So yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Auld. We really appreciate your time. I'm just curious about, are we seeing the same user participation that we see in my area? I know the Glen Burnie Library has a lot of traffic. Is it remaining that during the online? Are we seeing that same libraries across the county are seeing their same usership as a percentage? Is that clear?
No.
Sorry.
No, I know exactly what you're asking. No, we've had a tremendous drop off in kind of all of our primary services. So the circulation of materials is down by about, I think it's 25 or 30% overall. Use of computers, because the time is so limited that people, even when we had appointments, and even when we were open at the 25% capacity, it's just so limited that it cuts down on everything. There's a huge increase in our virtual programs. We did a few virtual programs before, but now all of our programs are virtual. But the total attendance is down from our norm. Normally, we're at well over 200,000 people in a year attending programs, and this year it's going to be a big drop off. Computer use sessions, again, the pandemic, just like it's hit restaurants and every other business in the country. Well, let's take Amazon out of that mix. It's hit us in a very negative way. We are still providing vital, valuable services, as you can tell from those quotes and from the additional ones that I emailed to you. But we're anxious to get back reopened post-pandemic in a normal world.
Thank you. This is Allison Pickard, D2. I guess I'm just, is there any, I guess my question was really, are there any areas in the county that are decreasing more steeply than, or are you seeing the general decrease in access across the board? Or I'm just curious if my area is.
It's across the board.
It's across the board. Okay.
It's across the board. It's we're not seeing any area that has held up and held steady. We just it's just all across because the limitations are so difficult. It's my daughter works in a restaurant and market down in Richmond, and you know, she's dealing with having to be a frontline person, just like our staff are being frontline people, and they're having to be protected in it. And you just have to limit things so much just to keep safe and protected that it has hit us. It's just hit us hard. So, thank you.
Ms. Radvian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Radvian, District 6. I'll be super quick, but I just wanted to say thank you to you and your staff for all of the creativity and just unique ways you are finding to keep the community connected and engaged to your services. I'm so impressed, and I've heard good things as well. So thank you so much, and please pass that greeting along. You guys are awesome.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Radvian. I appreciate that, and I will pass it along. And thank you for allowing me to make this presentation.
I have one question, Sarah Lacey D1. Is there anything you need from us? Is there a message you need us to put out to the community, you know, or their donations, or really just anything that we can do to help?
Yeah, let's just make sure everybody gets vaccinated as quickly as possible. That's going to be the best thing for all of us. But, you know, the county executive and county council have been very supportive. I know we're starting our budget process. We're going to be coming through with some ideas there that would help the people in greatest need. And as you see that, we would hope that you look favorably on that. We're not sort of packing up a whole batch of supplemental budget requests that because we know how difficult this year is going to be, but that'll help us in the long run.
Well, good to know. And thank you. I extend my thanks and gratitude to all your folks. I think librarians must be some of the most creative people that people don't necessarily remember are creative, but they sure are based on what we saw today. So thank you for taking the time to come talk with us, and sorry for the wait.
Thank you so much. It's great to see all of you, and have a good holiday season. Thank you.
You too. We will now move on to discussing a handful of bills, but we're going to do it out of order to accommodate schedules, and so it might be a little bit confusing. I'll have to check off the list and make sure I know which ones we've actually discussed. We're going to start out with bill number 10520, which, when I adjust my screen here, sorry, one second. 10520 is sponsored by Ms. Hare, Ms. Fiedler, and Mr. Volke. So I suppose Ms. Hare, I mean, not Ms. Hare, she's not here. Ms. Fiedler, Would you like to talk about Bill 10520?
Sure, Madam Chair, thank you. I'm just kind of going to go through the highlights. So this bill came from enabling legislation passed in the General Assembly last session that authorizes local jurisdiction to grant through legislation property tax credits imposed on dwellings owned by a disabled veteran. It also allows local jurisdictions to give a property tax credit to a surviving spouse of a disabled veteran, and allows local jurisdictions to provide for the duration of the credit. A disabled veteran in the bill means an individual who is honorably discharged or released under honorable circumstances from active military, naval, air service, and has been declared by the Veterans Administration to have a permanent service connected disability of at least 50% of that results from blindness or any other disabling cause that's reasonably certain to continue for the life of the veteran, but was not caused by any type of incurred misconduct of that veteran. A dwelling house would mean that the property is the legal residence of the disabled veteran and occupied by not more than one family. The spouse of the deceased disabled veteran, if that were to be the case, who's not remarried since the death of the veteran, would fall under this credit. And then the adjusted gross income for the disabled veteran or surviving spouse for the immediately preceding taxable year cannot exceed $100,000. For a surviving spouse, the disabled veteran must have qualified for and received the tax credit at the time of death. And all of those application requirements are met. And then finally, the tax credit would terminate if the disabled veteran or the surviving spouse no longer occupies the dwelling, or if either has received the tax credit for 5 years, or if the surviving spouse were to remarry. And that is all I have. Open to discussion and hearing from the administration upon chairwoman's request.
The chairwoman is happy to hear from the administration now, or questions, whichever come first. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. Joining me is Ms. McQuaid from Finance and Ms. Kenny from Law. Unfortunately, Mr. Hassan from Budget was not able to stick around this late in the day. The administration has some concerns with the implementation of this bill, but has no objection to the goal and the choice that applying this tax credit would lend to. So really this becomes a value choice. Oh, look, we've got our budget folks here. Glad to see you, Hooja. So this comes down to a value decision for the council. The way our tax credit works, or our tax collection system works, if you were to apply this tax credit, it would distribute that tax burden across the system. And if these folks are definitely worthy, if we decide that is appropriate, then this becomes an administrative challenge. So as Councilwoman Fiedler sort of articulated, there are a number of requirements and thresholds that the applicant for the tax credit would need to meet to be qualified. That will create a significant amount of work at the county level. So we're still working on our estimates here. And maybe we've gotten some additional information since we were emailing about this yesterday, but it could be as high as 3,000 individuals who would qualify for this tax credit. And as was described, all of those verifications that would need to be done by the county. So this would place a real burden on finance staff. We're trying to estimate exactly what kind of workload that would be, but I guarantee you that if council decides to pass this,
finance will need to hire at least one person on its team to do this work, possibly two. So if the council decides to pass this bill, I'm confident the county executive would sign it, but we would also ask that you support new positions in the budget to handle the additional workload. With that, we're happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alison Pickard, D2. So there's so one of the questions you answered, Mr. Barron, was the estimated number of disabled veterans, and we think it's roughly around 3,000 in the county.
That was the best guess based on information I had yesterday. That may have been refined since then.
Okay. I know that they've put there's an income a cap. Is there also, I was just trying to read the bill real quick. Is there also a house price or assessment cap? I mean, is someone who's living in a $800,000 home need a property tax cut?
I'll defer to law or the sponsors, but it's our understanding that this is only income based.
Okay. Well, I know the General Assembly likes to pass these enabling bills because they don't have any skin in the game, because they don't actually have to feel the brunt of the I did have MACO, the Maryland Association of Counties, did do some research for me about how this has been implemented across the state in different jurisdictions, and it is quite interesting. We've got a cap. This bill 105-20 has a cap of $100,000. There are other jurisdictions that take it down a little lower, of an income of 80,000. So I'm just looking at the financial ramification. And Madam Auditor, are you planning to have a thorough analysis of the fiscal analysis of this bill by the time we go to public hearing?
Yes, I have started working on a fiscal analysis. The extent that we'll be able to quantify it, some things we can come up with an estimate, and some things we may not be able to. For instance, I can probably come close to an estimate for the number of disabled vets in that category living in the county, but how many actually own homes or have less than 80,000, that would be more difficult.
Mm-hmm. So
I'm sorry, 100,000.
Thank you. I'm a Army brat, and my father is a disabled veteran, but they're not someone that I would, based on their income and situation with TRICARE healthcare and all these other things, really need a tax credit. They don't live in Maryland, so it doesn't really matter, but I'm just wanting to make sure when we give property tax credits, because we can't give them to everybody and every category of employee or teachers, or that we are mindful of the fiscal impact. I'm fully supportive of our military and veterans. I just want to maybe look a little more closely at what other jurisdictions are doing and make sure, because we do have one of the largest populations of veterans living in Anne Arundel County compared to other jurisdictions around the state. So, you might be able to give a property tax credit to disabled veterans in Allegheny County because they only have 100, whereas we have about 57,000 veterans living in Anne Arundel County. So it will have a fiscal impact, and we need to be mindful of that. So I'm just looking into a couple things. I generally support the bill. I know I was supportive of property tax credits for our first responders, but that also had a policy objective or another. We wanted to make sure that our firefighters and police were actually able to live in the county and reside in the county. That had sort of another impact, not just a property tax credit. So those are my thoughts. I wanted to make sure before I have to hop off at 1 that the sponsors understood where my head was on the bill, but I'll happy to share the MACO research. I think I shared it with Ms. Hare. I don't know that I shared it with everybody else, so thanks.
This is Sarah Lacey, District 1. I have a question, Ms. Fiedler, I hope you can tell me just what sort of research and analysis the sponsors pulled together or went through in the process of crafting this particular bill?
Amanda Feather, District 5. I can't speak on behalf of my two colleagues who are not present, but being part of the MACO tax subcommittee, there was a lengthy discussion on this enabling legislation between all of the different jurisdictions. So that is what I brought to the table in the discussion. I don't have that in front of me right now, but I'm certainly happy to share with you some of my notes. And again, I can't speak to the two other sponsors of the bill.
Understood. Does anybody have any other questions or comments on Bill 10520? Seeing none, I think we can move ahead to Bill number 10020.
I'm ready to go, Madam Chair, if you're comfortable.
I've scrolled to the right place in my document, and the answer is yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. Joining me from budget is Ms. Kerrigan and Mr. Taru. From finance, Ms. McQuaid. From health, Ms. Penley. Chief Wolford is still here. Thank you for sticking around, Chief. And from law, Ms. Blair Klausmeyer. So unlike other, so Bill 100-20 is a budget transfer bill. Unlike other budget transfer bills, we will be asking for 5 votes because there is a capital budget component of this bill. On the operational budget side, $330,000 is being recognized from a grant from the Center for Tech and Civic Life to reimburse the cost of planning and operationalizing safe and secure election administration in Anne Arundel County in 2020. The fire department has $2.4 million for the SAFER grant. This appropriation represents the grant fund appropriation needed to move 50 firefighters to the federal SAFER grant. We also have a grant in the amount of $2.8 million for the state opioid response 2 grant, so that the purpose of the state opioid response grant is the continuation of the state opioid response 1 grant, which funds crisis stabilization services for county residents seeking treatment for opioid or stimulant misuses. Services are provided by several county treatment providers. On the capital side, this bill addresses an increase in costs associated with the Downs Park Amphitheater capital project in the Recreation and Parks class. This additional cost would be offset by a deappropriation in 2 capital projects, a road resurfacing and the B&A Ranger Station Rehabilitation capital project. This deappropriation is the result of savings realized on the B&A Ranger Station and an agreement with the Bureau of Highways to delay a small portion of their program until July 2021. The amount added for FY22, this amount, will be added to the FY22 request. There is no fiscal impact on prior year approved and FY21 capital budget program. So with that, the smart folks from budget, our chief, our health folks, and our finance folks are here to answer any of the questions the council may have.
My colleagues have no questions. Highly unusual. Holiday gift. Okay. All right. Well, I think we don't have any questions at the moment. And so we will move on to bill number 103. Ready when you are, Mr. Barron.
Thank you. Just bouncing around my notes as well. Bill 103, Pete Barron with the administration. Joining me is Ms. Koch from ACDS. I think Huja from Budget is sticking around, and Ms. McQuaid is also sticking around. From Law, Ms. Kenny. Bill 103-20 requests your approval for a payment in lieu of taxes agreement for a new affordable rental community to be built in the Jessup area, referred to as Brock Bridge Landing. This proposed project will consist of 6 two-story townhouse structures with 38 rental units. The project is being financed through a combination of low-income housing tax credits, state rental housing production funds, and county home funds, allowing the developer to provide units affordable to households at the 60% and below median income band. In order to leverage the funds available from the private first mortgage to make this project financially feasible, the developer is requesting a reduction in property taxes by about 50%. By lowering the annual operating costs for this project, the developer is able to maximize the private funds available from the first lender, making this project financially feasible. Bill 103-20 approves an agreement with the developer that in exchange for lowering their property taxes, the developer agrees to provide 38 affordable housing units for the next 40 years. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I log off here to get a child to get his flu shot, I just wanted to thank Mrs. Koch, Kathy, for pulling this project together. I know this is and working with us. I'm really excited to see the 30% and 40% AMI units that will be offered in this project, if I'm saying all that right. I know our housing policy is really hard to address those at that level of income. And with the current situation we're in, we know we have more need than these 38 units. We could use this times 1,000 probably, but it's extremely difficult to house folks at 30 to 40% AMI, but we certainly have people in the county that need stable, secure, and quality housing. And this project by Woda Cooper is a prime example of that. So I'll save all my other comments, but you got one vote here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, this is Sarah Lacey D1, and speaking as a council member, you have my vote, given our history with this project. So I don't think I have any questions. I thank you for your work on this project, but it doesn't look like my remaining colleagues have questions either. So if you'd like, yeah, please. Go ahead.
Councilman, Chairman, and council members, I just want to say, you all know how long it has taken to get here, to get these 38 units. We would not have been able to do it with the council's support, but it does take a village to get these affordable housing units built, and I cannot thank you enough. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, I think we should move on to the next bill, which, if I'm counting properly, should be number 101-20.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. Joining me from personnel is Ms. Collins and Ms. Atkinson. If I'm on the right bill, you said 101, right?
Yes,
okay. I did. Good. This is tough when we're not going in order. 101 creates and adds one new position in the exempt service, the director
of equity, diversity, and inclusion. Anne Arundel County is committed to providing opportunities and allocating resources and services through a diversity, inclusion, and equity lens. The county will not tolerate racism or discrimination within our workplace by or towards its employees, and we are promoting the acceptance of the differences of others within our workforce and our community. This council has stood up for those values in passing the Human Relations Commission and then taking it to the ballot, and our voters overwhelmingly echo that. Collectively, we strive to learn about diversity, educate county employees, members of the council, the various boards and commissions of the county, our volunteers, and maintain an unwavering resolve to identify and eliminate the barriers to become the best place for all. This new position, which is created in Bill 101-20, is assigned to the executive office. It would be an exempt pay schedule at grade level E-07. Equity, diversity, and inclusion position will be a cabinet level post, which will ensure the success and effectiveness of our equity, diversity, and inclusion initiatives. In order to drive change in any large organization like county government, an equity, diversity, and inclusion lens needs to be applied in a coordinated fashion that reflects our vision. The equity position will have the full support of the county executive and the executive team to oversee the development of a strategic equity, diversity, and inclusion plan, and that will guide policy and practice solutions that address systemic issues. I'm happy to answer any questions on this position. I know we are running late on time, and if there are other questions of any of the council members that were not able to stick around but are listening now, please feel free to reach out as well.
Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Rodvian, District 6. Hopefully this will be a quick one again. Is there any formal relationship between this new position and the various commissions and boards that deal with related topics? And how would you envision them interacting?
Yeah, so I think we are looking at making sure that we are being coordinated and strategic, and that we are being effective. So this position would be assisting in that mission of those various boards. So depending on what the mission of that board is would depend on the level of interaction with this position. But this position's, the intent of this position is to create to ensure, let me say it this way, to ensure that equity, diversity, and inclusion lens is being applied to everything in county government.
Mr. Barron, I do have a question. Sarah Lacey, District 1. Can you maybe give us a bit fuller understanding of what it means for this position to be a new cabinet level position versus being, say, under one of the WDCAOs or under the CAO directly or under the chief of staff? I'm just trying to get a fuller picture.
That's a good question, and so in the end, every position, every exempt position would work at the pleasure of the county exec. So this is to raise these issues up to a senior level and to make sure that they are being brought forward by without having to go through a different layer of government. This is to make sure that at the cabinet level there is a position dedicated to making sure that we are addressing these systemic issues in everything we are doing.
Oops. Unless anybody has any other questions, Ms. Schuett.
I just have something to point out for whatever the council believes it's important or not. We have a local rule that says a quorum is required for a legislative session, a public hearing, and we're required by law or by these rules. But it also goes on to say that a quorum is not required for a legislative work session or other meeting. The charter, however, says that at all legislative sessions and meetings, 4 members thereof shall be a quorum for the transaction of business. So I'm just letting you know that I think in the past, we have not required a quorum for work sessions, but I think arguably at least the charter says that you have to have four meetings like this one.
Mr. Pruski, did you have something to offer?
I was just going to add, thank you, Madam Parliamentarian, Councilman Pruski, District 4. You are correct. And I did want to say anything because I didn't want to interrupt the speakers, but I didn't realize that there are only 4 in the room. But technically, again, being the senior member on the council, you are supposed to have 4. I didn't realize, again, I know people leave, whatever else. I don't think that was intended, but I believe your interpretation is correct. So I'm not really sure how to proceed.
Madam Chair, I will say just simply historically, we have held work sessions without quorums because of our rules, but I don't know if that is preempted by Ms. Schuett's interpretation of the charter. So,
Ms. Rodvian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it possible that business transaction or business transacted, or I can't remember the exact phrase that's in the charter, but that would only entail, motions and voting and something like that we might be.
Ms. Schuett?
Things like voting, introducing bills. In fact, a legislative session is generally, one moment, please, I'm sorry. Legislative session or action means the introduction, amendment, or vote on ordinances that deal with the county council's lawmaking power. So that really describes the meetings we have on the first and third Mondays of every month where stuff is being introduced and voted upon. That's a legislative day. A meeting is not that. In my view, it includes a work session. In the charter, it says, again, at all legislative sessions and meetings, 4 members thereof shall constitute a quorum for the transaction of business. And I think that the transaction of business in a work session is the transaction of business in the sense that there's the back and forth and questions and learning information that goes on in a work session. I also think that the likelihood of anybody challenging it is very low, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
and I will say that one of the main reasons for stipulations on quorums is that if there is a quorum, it must have participation by the public. So it is actually one of the most important things about the quorum is when there is one, the council must be aware and cannot inadvertently meet in a quorum without the public having been notified. Again, the transaction of business itself, historically we took that as the kind of business transactions, meaning voting, introducing, that was held at legislative sessions. However, again, Madam Parliamentarian has a point on whether the work session is considered transaction of business.
Mr. Pruski.
Yeah, Madam Chair, as a point of order, again, I'll let Madam Parliamentarian decide. Certainly we got to decide if we move forward or not, but I'm sure the administration would agree that anything that was on the agenda, if there's a particular council member that has a question, they could certainly ask, because that is the purpose of these, right? To follow through. So again, I don't know how to proceed, but just to put that out there, that if we are unable, like we have in the past, we've closed work sessions early because time, people leaving, whatever, that if there is a follow-up, this is an opportunity for council members to ask those questions. So that would be on the council member then to reach out to the administration or vice versa. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Persky, and thank you everyone for your comments. I am of the opinion that we can continue through the remainder of the bills that, notice has been given that they would be covered in this work session, and the fact that all council members couldn't stay. As I read Rule 4 dash, what was it, 103, the one that says it does not apply to work sessions, I think there's no unfairness to continuing, and in fact, perhaps some of our colleagues' questions will be answered if we continue to complete the agenda that we have for this meeting. And really, maybe the only difference is that we are not actually sitting as the county council because there are only 3 of us and not a quorum. So with that, I think we had finished the discussion on bill number 10120 as far as I can tell, and we can move on to bill number 10220. Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So hopefully sticking around from personnel is Ms. Atkinson and Ms. Collins. From detention, Acting Superintendent Borghese is here, and from Central Services, Ms. Romans, and Ms. Blair Klausmeyer is sticking with us still. So Bill 102-20 is another personnel bill. This bill deals with the reclassification of 6 vacant positions in the classified service. So as the previous bill dealt with the exempt service, this one is dealing with the classified. In Central Services, we are decreasing 1 GIS specialist position and increasing 1 program manager position. In detention, we are decreasing 4 detention officer positions and increasing 4 detention sergeant positions, a decrease of 1 booking officer position, and an increase of a management assistant position. Our folks from detention and Central Services are here for any specific questions on why these changes are being requested.
This is Sarah Lacey, District 1. I'd like to just hear briefly in turn from each department, just explaining the requested change.
Ms. Romans, do you want to go first?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Christine Romans, Central Services Officer. What I'm asking for is to take a vacant position, a GIS tech position, and move it into a program manager position that will actually switch divisions. The GIS tech is currently under the real estate division, and I need help in the facilities management division. The program manager there will help manage our asset and work order management system. It's currently a IT system that is broken and falling apart and not really very functional. We are going to upgrade that using the same system that DPW is implementing. And I need a person that will be responsible for the policy behind it, the implementation of it, and then the ongoing management of it. In addition, you are probably all aware, we operate the Whitmore parking garage. We also have access control issues across the county at various buildings. Every time you tap your badge on a card reader, my team is the one that helps make sure you all have the right access and that it works, and that we get our vendor out to fix things when they inevitably don't work well. And security contracts as well. Some of these things are new for us. Some of those things are projects that have grown in complexity over the years, and we don't have a sufficient management at facilities management to handle all of those. So looking across my operation, I knew where I could take a vacancy with minimal impact on operations and move it to somewhere else where I felt like I had a greater need. So that's what we're asking for. Thank you.
Mr. Acting Superintendent, do you want to? You're muted, sir.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. The conversions for both these positions, the sergeant and the booking supervisor positions, are all related to the opening of our central holding unit that we opened this year. If I could talk about the booking officer supervisor position first. Upon opening the new central holding, we inherited 23 booking officers from the Anne Arundel County Police Department. These booking officers that they conduct a certain certain duties that were unfamiliar to my security supervisors, namely sergeants who would be generally supervising them. And there were discussions with the sergeants and the sergeants union on how to manage, how to evaluate, and how to possibly conduct staff investigations when their processes were kind of alien to our department. So in these discussions, and they were with our previous superintendent, William Martin, we thought it best to move in a direction of converting a booking officer position to a supervisory position internally that would better affect the evaluation of this group, as well as conducting any investigations into anything from violations or conduct with this group, as well as giving this small group some upward mobility and career path. Even though one position is just one position, this group doesn't make a great deal of money. The starting salary is around $35,000 a year. And they do work in kind of a dangerous environment, obviously, with new prisoners coming in into our new central holding. And it's a very difficult position to fill and to fill the vacancies. So all that being said, we thought it would be certainly be a boost to our operations of the central holding unit if we could have an intact in-house booking supervisor that would oversee this specific group of 23 booking officers. As far as the conversion for sergeants, originally in coming up with a staffing plan for central holding, it was determined that we were going to need 9 sergeants to supervise that unit. It's a busy unit, and our predictions were true. We're intaking anywhere between 20 and 30 new prisoners every 24 hours. And looking at the operations, we needed 2 supervisors on duty with a relief factor of 1. So we always had a sergeant on duty at all times. Initially, 2 budget cycles ago, we were provided with 4 new pins, 4 new sergeant pins, and not the 8 that were requested and that we felt we needed. We had to open the building. So in order to do that, we bled off a sergeant from each of our internal shifts in our main jail, the Jennifer Detention Center, and backfilled, and so we could open up central holding. So in fact, we took a sergeant off each shift, leaving those shifts somewhat short of a shift supervisor for their management team. So essentially what we're doing now is kind of backfilling and try to give back to those internal shifts the sergeants that they've always had and they've had for many years.
Thank you both. This is Sarah Lacey, District 1. I have a follow-up question. Just assuming the bill passes, how quickly do you expect you would be able to fill all the positions, both Ms. Romans and Mr. Borghese?
Budgetarily, I expect to be able to fill it as soon as we're able to get it advertised, interviewed, and hired. So I would hope to be able to advertise it soon after, if the council is kind enough to approve it.
And for detention, we have currently three corporals that are on our eligibility list for sergeant. So we could fill very quickly 3 of those positions, and then we would have to start a promotional process for sergeant, but we would prefer to try to exhaust the eligibility list that we currently have in place. And I think we can move pretty quickly on the booking supervisor. We would like to promote internally, because the whole idea is to promote somebody that has experience in that work environment. So we could probably fill that position within 30 to 45 days.
That's all the questions I have. Do my colleagues have questions? Looks like not. Okay. Thank you to the panel. Let's move to the next bill.
Thank you.
I believe the next bill should be number 10420. Which is Ms. Pickard and Mr. Volke's bill, and neither of them are here. And in this instance, I might be inclined to skip it. Do either of my colleagues wish to take the opportunity to discuss Bill number 10420 during this work session? Ms. Schuett.
All I want to say is that I can add some light to this if anybody wants to hear about it now, but if not, I can do it later. Okay, I say not.
I think later is fine. No offense.
No, I'm not offended, trust me.
Okay.
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Barrett, do you have something you would like to say?
Super quick, the administration is comfortable with this bill, and Office of Planning and Zoning will be at the table at the bill hearing to answer any further questions, but we support.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Barron. And I'm very sorry, Ms. CA, we've been waiting around for so long. Let's get to our last bill is number 10620. And both co-sponsors are here. Ms. Rodvian, I call on you to describe the bill.
So this bill is a very simple bill, but will actually have a pretty substantial impact, I hope. The idea is that we would require central purchasing to shift our vehicle fleet from, combustion-based engines to electric or other zero-emission vehicles over the next 15 years. So they could start out with a mixture of hybrid and plug-in electric vehicles. By 2025, they would need to devise a plan for how they're going to move forward. And by 2035, they would be in the position where they are no longer purchasing internal combustion engine vehicles, with a few exceptions. Obviously, if there is no, for example, electric fire truck available by 2035, or electric backhoe, or certain types of utility trucks, those would be exempt. And there's a little bit of wiggle room if, for example, that may even unfortunately apply in this coming budget year, if there are fiscal constraints that allow or that prevent operationally this to work. So that's the bill in a nutshell. And I would like to thank Matt Johnston and of course the county executive who really created this in the form of an executive order. And now it's being turned into law if we pass it, of course.
Mr. Barron, or perhaps Mr. Johnston, would you like to speak to the bill?
Happy to make a couple of quick comments, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. We have Mr. Johnston, and from the exec's office, from Central Service, Ms. Harris, and from, and Ms. Roman stuck around for us, and from law, Ms. Blair Klausmeyer. As the sponsor noted, the county executive initiated this policy a few months ago. We're excited to see this bill come forward. I want to personally thank the sponsors for working with the administration to address our concerns. And I do want to thank and sort of make sure he gets credit. Matt Johnston was a driving force, and I know he spent many hours working with the team at Central Services and the experts that do this work every day to make sure that this policy is good policy. So Matt, if you have anything you want to add, please feel free, but we're happy to support this bill and look forward to the county exec signing it.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Barron. Matt Johnston, Environmental Policy Director. Just echo what Mr. Barron said. We're really excited to work with Councilwoman Rodvian and all the council to codify this so that it's not just this administration's policy, but that it's the policy of the county moving forward to electrify our fleet and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And happy to take any questions.
Mr. Pruski, do you have a question? Okay, I think we have no questions at this time. other than wondering when the electric fire truck will become available, because the instantaneous torque on that thing is going to be sweet. So with that, thank you everyone for being here today. Thank you to this last panel for waiting for so long. We appreciate it. We will see you all again at 6 p.m. on Monday, December 21st, 2020. Thank you all. We're adjourned.